Zuni Ritual Poetry. By Ruth L. Bunzel. Introduction. The nature and function of prayer. Spoken prayer in Zuni is called To The Uwanammi, prayer talk. This includes personal prayers, all the set prayers of rituals, chants, the origin myth in its ritual forms, the talk of Kamasono and other set speeches. It is also used for urgent requests. To The Uwanammi, he speaks prayers, i.e. begs, implores. Prayer is never the spontaneous outpouring of the overburdened soul, it is more nearly a repetition of magical formulae. A good deal has already been said, page 493, about the role of prayer in the ritual. The prayers constitute the very heart of a ceremony. Like fetishes, they are sacred and powerful in themselves. Their possession is a source of power, their loss or impairment a great danger. Zunis will describe esoteric ceremonies fully and vividly, but there are two things which they are equally reluctant to do: to exhibit sacred objects or to repeat the words of a prayer. There is much less reticence about songs, except for a few special, secret songs. Prayer frequently forms part of set rituals. Then, whether publicly declaimed or muttered so as to be inaudible to profane ears, the efficacy of the prayer depends in no small measure on its correct rendition. The prayers for individual use, such as accompany offerings of prayer meal, food, or prayer sticks, requests for medical service, etc., are also fixed in form and content, although they are individually varied in degree of elaboration. Some men who are smart talk a long time, but some are just like babies. There are certain other occasions on which men can display their skill in handling the poetic medium: when they are visited in their houses by the katsinas, when they are called upon to take part in the games of the koyemsi, when they are appointed to office, or otherwise signaled out for honor or blessing by the supernaturals. In such cases one must improvise quickly and handle correctly the ritual vocabulary, rhythms, characteristic long periods, and, above all, speak without any hesitation or fumbling and for as long as possible. There is no time limit, no admonitions to be brief and to the point. The set prayers must be formally learned, they are not just picked up. The most formal instruction is that connected with the transmission of the prayers of the Ca. Lako. Each kiva has a Ca. Lako Lu, who, among his other duties, keeps the prayers. Immediately after the winter solstice the Ca. Lako appointees come to him to be taught the necessary prayers. The Lu meets with them for the 4 nights following each planting of prayer sticks, and as often besides as may be necessary. The Sayataka party, whose ritual is the most elaborate, meets every night. Most of this time is given to the long talk, the litany that is declaimed in the house of the host on the night of their final ceremonies. There are many other prayers that accompany all their activities: prayers for the making and planting of prayer sticks, for getting their mask from the people who keep it and returning it, for various stages in dressing and in their progress toward the village, for the dedication of the house, for blessing the food, for thanking the singers and the hosts, for going away. However, the long talk and the morning talk are chanted aloud in unison and must be letter perfect. The method of instruction is for the Lu to intone the prayer, the pupils joining in as they can. 1/2 of the chant is taken each night. The phraseology of the prayers is so stereotyped that the principal difficulty in learning a long prayer is to keep the sequence. For this purpose certain cult groups have special mnemonic devices. The K-Aklo talk recorded in text by Mrs. Stevenson is such a record. It is an outline naming in order the various personages called and the places visited, it being assumed that the performer can fill in the outline from his knowledge of the poetic forms. It takes the men appointed to impersonate the gods all of the year to learn their prayers. As the time for the ceremony approaches, great concern is felt, and sometimes the ceremony is postponed because the men are not ready. On the night after the ceremony the men go once again to the Lu and give the prayer back. They recite it for him. At the close he inhales, and they do not, and so he takes from them the spirit of the prayer. The instruction in prayers that are not publicly performed is less formal. Boys learn the A, B, C's of religious participation, including elementary prayers, from their fathers. After initiation into a medicine society, a man goes at once to his ceremonial father to learn to make the prayer sticks of the society, and at the same time learn prayers for the making and offering of prayer sticks. He makes some payment to his father for this information, a shirt or a headband or a few pieces of turquoise. Women do not make their own prayer sticks, but they go similarly to their fathers to learn the required prayers. So every additional bit of knowledge is acquired. As more esoteric information is sought, the expense for instruction increases greatly. A certain old man in one of the priesthoods knew a particular prayer and the order of events in a rarely performed ceremony. He refused to teach these things to anyone. When he was very old and his death was expected, his colleagues wished to learn this prayer from him. He was finally persuaded to teach them for a consideration. The woman member of the priesthood contributed a woman's shawl, the men things of greater value, to his fee. He taught the prayer but withheld the other information, and finally died without communicating it. Sometimes a man who is apt and curious and wealthy may collect prayers, the way men in other societies accumulate oil paintings or other works of art, and eventually turn them to profit. The cost of most information is not so excessive that a poor man cannot, with the practice of a little thrift, acquire whatever he wishes to know. Point 1. He can, if he wishes, and if he has friends, learn the prayers of the Na. We, Qui without actually joining their society. His ceremonial affiliations restrict his right to use these prayers, but many men go to expense to learn prayers they have no intention of using. The Sayataka texts recorded in the following pages and many others were given me by a man who had never impersonated Sayataka and never expected to. They were verified after the informant's death by the Sayataka wa Lu, who wondered how and why the informant had learned them. I myself heard the actual chant twice after recording the text and know it to be correct. Zuni poetic style. As might be expected, prayers are highly formalized in content and mode of expression. Nearly all prayers are requests accompanying offerings. They have 3 sections, which always appear in the same order: a statement of the occasion, a description of the offering, and the request. In long and important prayers, the statement of the occasion is a synoptic review of ritual acts leading up to the present moment of a ceremony. Thus, Sayataka's chant begins with a description of the winter solstice ceremony when the appointment was made and follows the Sayataka party through all the minor ceremonies of the year, even enumerating the various shrines at which prayer sticks were offered. The prayers over novices at their initiation ceremony begin with a formal description of their illness and cure. In prayers which do not mark the culmination of long ceremonies, the statement of the occasion may be no more than a statement of the time of day or the season of the year, and some veiled allusion to the special deities who are being invoked. There is always a formal request for all the regular blessings: long life, old age, rain, seeds, fecundity, riches, power, and strong spirit. This formal request closes the prayer. Any special request, such as those for summer storms and winter snows, safety in war, rescue from disease, precede this. Requests that are strictly personal never figure in prayer. One prays always for all good fortune, never for special and particular benefit. The only exceptions are in the case of prayers in sickness and the prayer of a widower to his dead wife with the request that she should not pursue him. Zuni prayers are distinctly matter of fact. They deal with external events and conditions rather than inner states. Outside of the request, their content is limited to 2 fields: natural phenomena, such as sunrise, sunset, dawn, night, the change of seasons, the phases of the moon, rainstorms, snowfall, the growth of corn. And ritual acts, especially the making of prayer sticks, setting up of altars, and transfer of authority. Rituals of a more intimate and personal character, such as fasting and abstinence, are never mentioned. In their prayers, Zunis do not humble themselves before the supernatural, they bargain with it. There are regular stereotyped phrases for all things commonly alluded to in prayer. The sun always comes out standing to his sacred place, night priests draw their dark curtain, the corn plants stretch out their hands to all directions calling for rain, the meal painting on an altar is always our house of massed clouds. Prayer sticks are clothed in our grandfather, Turkey's robe of cloud. Events are always described in terms of these stereotypes, which are often highly imaginative and poetic. Point to these fixed metaphors are the outstanding feature of Zuni poetic style. There are not very many of them. They are used over and over again, the same imagery appearing repeatedly in one prayer. A prayer recorded by Cushing more than 50 years ago contains all of the same stereotypes and no turns of expression different from those in use today. A comparison of Cushing's texts 3 with mine shows a rigidity of style in oral tradition. The sentence structure is that of continued narrative in the hands of a particularly able storyteller. Zuni is a language that is very sensitive to skillful handling. Oratory is a recognized art, and prayer is one of the occasions on which oratory is used. The best prayers run to long periods, the longer the better, since clarity of expression is not necessary, nor particularly desirable. Zuni, like Latin, is a highly inflected language and can handle effectively involved sentences that cannot be managed intelligibly in English. These features, which are difficult enough of translation in prose, are emphasized in the poetry. The long period is a characteristic feature. The typical Zuni word order is subject, object, verb, the verb always holding the final position. The usual method of expressing temporal or causal subordination is by means of participial or gerundive clauses, fully inflected, preceding the principal proposition. These participial clauses are impossible in English. In the translation it has been necessary, therefore, to break up the original sentences. Thereby an important and effective stylistic feature is unavoidably lost. But the reader should think of the Zuni sentences rolling on like the periods of a Ciceronian oration to their final close. Another difficulty of translation, which will be alluded to frequently in the following pages, is the impossibility of translating the word plays with which the texts abound. To quote one example, the root li means, in its intransitive inflection, to wear or hold in the hand, in its transitive inflection, to clothe or to give into the hand. There the sentence li, lh ho, t, o. Telik karat inan eh li. You means both, I here hand you these prayer sticks, or, I clothe you with these prayer sticks. Folk tales and religious beliefs utilized this double entendre. It is believed, for instance, that when people neglect to plant prayer sticks to the gods their clothing wears out. The passage where the word sepaulan is used with the double meaning of smoke and mist is a striking example. The suppliant offers smoke of the sacred cigarette to the rainmakers. They are conceived as taking the cigarette and smoking in turn. They send forth their smoky breath, i.e., mist or fog. Word play is used with still greater subtlety in the description of the prayer stick offering. Many Zuni roots are neutral, i.e., can be inflected to form both nouns and verbs. Point 4 Iqui, is to tie something about something else. Iquin, literally a tying about, is the usual word for belt. To say, therefore, I tie the cotton about it, is precisely the same as to say, I belt him with a cotton belt. So the whole image of the making of the prayer stick or the dressing of an idol is built up linguistically. It is very difficult to tell how much is word play, how much metaphor, and how much is actual personification. The Zuni finds these ambiguities intriguing. This leads us to the third form of word play, the deliberate use of ambiguity, both verbal and grammatical. There are passages where subject and object are deliberately confounded, although there are excellent means for avoiding such ambiguity. These sentences are perfectly grammatical and can be correctly interpreted in two ways. The use of obsolete or special words has occasioned some difficulty. The expression k carat, asima t, appella for ladder is one case. Tapila, the Zunis say, is an old word for ladder. T. Aplon, however, was a load of wood tied up as it used to be in the days when wood was brought on foot. Wood is no longer brought in this way, but the word, fixed in metaphor, has survived. There are a number of similar examples. In such cases the old translation has been retained. It has been impossible, of course, to render the original rhythm. One characteristic feature, however, has been retained, namely, its irregularity, the unsymmetrical alternation of long and short lines. Cushing, in his commendable desire to render Zuni verse into vivid and intelligible English verse, committed the inexcusable blunder of reducing the Zuni line to regular short-line rhymed English stanzas. If one were to choose a familiar English verse form, it should be the line of Milton or, better still, the free verse of the King James Version of the Psalms. I have tried to retain the sense in the original of the fluidity and variety of the verse form. In reading the translations one must be mindful of Zuni methods of declamation. The short lines are declaimed slowly and with marked emphasis, the long lines are spoken rapidly, unaccented syllables are slurred or elided, and the word accents pile up on each other. The two types of line are like the booming of the surf and the rushing of the brook. Zuni poetry has no feminine endings. 5 The heavy accent with noticeable lengthening on the final syllable cannot be transferred to English. The translation therefore suffers greatly from loss of sonority and vigor. In the original every line is like the declaration of a credent effect which no translation can adequately render. It is interesting to note that although the natural cadence of Zuni is trochaic, the poetic rhythm is predominantly iambic. The principal word accent in Zuni is invariably on the first syllable, with a secondary accent, in words of 4 or more syllables, on the penult. The final syllable is always unaccented, yet the important poetic stress is always on the final syllable of the line, which gives the verse a curious syncopated quality, very difficult of reproduction. The final syllable is usually distinguished by prolongation and a high falling tone. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Prayers to the Ancients. An offering of food to the ancestors. The offering of food to the dead forms an important part of Zuni household ritual. Cushing states that a bit of food is offered in the fire at each meal by all partaking, and that no child is weaned until he is able to make this offering with a suitable prayer. At the present time the practice is by no means universal. It is made, with very little ceremony, by priests and the female heads of their houses. The female heads of houses holding ceremonial objects make offerings to these objects before serving food. Each appointee to ceremonial office makes offerings at nightfall in the river, about a mile west of Zuni. The food thus offered is carried by the river to the supernaturals at the village of the masked gods. Offerings of food are conspicuous at any ceremonial meal, and each man holding ceremonial office receives a package to be offered later in the river. With offerings in the house no prayer is spoken, at most only a few words are mumbled, eat. May our roads be fulfilled, or may we be blessed with life. With outdoor offerings, long prayers are spoken. Offerings, whether of food, cornmeal, or prayer sticks, are never made specifically to one's own ancestors, but to the ancestors. After the crops are harvested in fall, Ghost's Day or Grandmother's Day is announced by the sacristy, sacristan of the ancient mission church. 6 On this day large quantities of food are prepared, only products of that year's harvest being used, a lamb of that spring's lambing, bread made of new wheat and corn, and anything else that has been raised. The melons are gone by that time, but some are always saved for the grandmothers. Before eating the evening meal women make their offerings in the fire, a few ears of corn, a dish of lamb stew, a loaf of bread, a roll of paper bread. After dark the men take even greater quantities to the river. The following prayer is used, probably, with this special offering. This day my children. For their fathers. Their ancestors. For you who have attained the far-off place of waters. 7. This day. My children. Have prepared food for your right. Now our son father. Has gone in to sit down at his sacred place. 8. taking the food my children have prepared at their fireplaces. I have come out. Those who hold our roads, 9. The night priests, 10. Coming out rising to their sacred place. Will pass us on our roads. This night. I add to your hearts. With your supernatural wisdom. You will add to your hearts. Let none of you be missing. But all add to your hearts. Thus on all sides you will talk together. From where you stay quietly. Your little wind-blown clouds. Your fine wisps of cloud. Your massed clouds you will send. Forth to sit down with us. With your fine rain caressing the earth. With all your waters. You will pass to us on our roads. With your great pile of waters. With your fine rain caressing the earth. With your heavy rain caressing the earth. You will pass to us on our roads. My fathers. Add to your hearts. Your waters. Your seeds. Your long life, 11. Your old age. You will grant to us. Therefore I have added to your hearts. To the end, my fathers. My children. You will protect us. All my latter descending children, 12. Will finish their roads. They will grow old. You will bless us with life. The preparation of prayer sticks at the winter solstice. Twice during the winter solstice ceremony each adult male makes prayer sticks. The first time he makes for himself offerings to the sun, and to the ancestors. For the grown women of the family he makes offerings for the moon and the ancestors, children offer to the ancestors. If he is a member of a society he makes the special offering appropriate to his rank in the society. These solstice offerings are quite different from monthly society offerings. The offerings of each family are deposited in an excavation in the family field, generally the cornfield, despite the fact that these are at greater distances from the village. After the offerings are made everyone is supposed to abstain from animal food, in addition to the usual requirement of sexual continence. Abstinence from meat is required because of the offering to the sun, which employs only downy feathers, which are especially potent and carry with thorn the pledge of abstinence. Among the younger people only those who belong to societies fast from meat. The others would consider it wrong to do so. While we were away at school we ate meat, and it is a bad thing to break one's custom. On the fourth day each initiated male offers to the Katsinas, and each male society member offers to the beast gods. These offerings are made in the cornfield or in the fields to the east of the village. That night, after dark, special offerings are made in the corrals for the increase of horses, cattle, and sheep, for clothing and ornaments, and for medicine. Each man uses a different kind of stick and guards this secret knowledge jealously. There are prayers to be said at each stage of the process of prayer stick making. Prayers are always offered to the trees before cutting the sticks. Cornmeal is offered to the lucky tree. This is not cut, but another is taken. The rest of the prayers are generally omitted until the stick is finished. Then the following brief prayer is spoken over it before it is set aside until the time comes to plant it. This many are the days. Since our moon mother, yonder in the west 13, appeared, still small. When but a short space yet remained. Till she was fully grown. Then out daylight father, 14. Pequin of the Dogwood clan. For his son father. Told off the days. This many days we have waited. We have come to the appointed time. My children. All my children. Will make plume wands. My child. My father, 15 son. My mother, moon. All my children will clothe you with prayer plumes. 16. When you have arrayed yourselves in these. With your waters, 17. Your seeds. You will bless all my children. All your good fortune. You will grant to them all. To this end, my father. My mother. May I finish my road. May I grow old. May you bless me with life. An offering of prayer sticks at the winter solstice. This many are the days. Since at the new year. For those who are our fathers. Tcuito, we, 18. The days 19 were made. From all the wooded places. Breaking off the young straight shoots. Of the male willow, female willow. In our hands we held them fast. With them we gave our plume wands human form. With the striped cloud wing. The one who is our father. Male turkey. We gave our plume wands human form. 20. With the flesh of our mother. Cotton woman. Even a poorly made cotton thread. With this 4 times encircling the plume wands. And tying it about their bodies. We finished our plume wands. Having finished our plume wands. And offering our fathers their plume wands. We make their days. 21. Anxiously awaiting their days. We have passed the days. After a little while. Your massed clouds. Your rains. We shall desire. We have given you plume wands. That with your waters. Your seeds. Your riches. 22. Your long life. Your old age. You may bless us. For this I have given you plume wands. To this end, my fathers. May our roads reach to Dawn Lake. 23. May our roads be fulfilled. May we grow old. To where the road of our son father goes. May our roads reach. May our roads be fulfilled. May we grow old. May we be blessed with life. A monthly offering of prayer sticks. At each full moon, in some societies at the new moon, each member of a society offers prayer sticks. In addition to special offerings prescribed by the society, there are 2 to 4 short black sticks for the ancestors and, for males, 1 similar black stick, with the addition of a duck feather, for the katsinas. The sticks are buried in the corn field or at red earth, a point on the river bank east of the town. The prayer sticks are deposited with the following prayer, which was secured from one of the headmen of the Wood Society. This many are the days. Since our moon mother. Yonder in the west. Appeared still small. When she became fully grown. Seeking yonder along the river courses. The ones who are our fathers. Male willow. Female willow. For times cutting the straight young shoots. To my house. I brought my road. This day. With my warm human hands. I took hold of them. I gave my plume wands human form. With the striped cloud tail. Of the one who is my grandfather. The male turkey. With eagle's thin cloud tail. With the striped cloud wings. And massed cloud tails. Of all the birds of summer. With these 4 times I gave my plume wands human form. With the flesh of the one who is my mother. Cotton woman. Even a poorly made cotton thread. For times encircling them and tying it about their bodies. I gave the plume wands human form. With the flesh of the one who is our mother. Black paint woman. For times covering them with flesh. I gave my plume wands human form. In a short time the plume wands were ready. Taking the plume wands. I made my road go forth. Yonder with prayers. We took our road. Thinking, let it be here. Our earth mother. We passed upon her road. Our fathers. There on your earth mother. There where you are waiting your plume wands. We have passed you on your roads. There where you are all gathered together in beauty. Now that you are to receive your plume wands. You are gathered together. This day I give you plume wands. By means of your supernatural wisdom. You will clothe yourself with the plume wands. Wherever you abide permanently. At the place of the first beginning. Touching one another with your plume wands. You will bend down to talk together. From where you abide permanently. Your little wind-blown cloud. Your thin wisps of cloud. Your hanging stripes of cloud. Your massed-up clouds, replete with living waters. You will send forth to stay with us. They will come out standing on all sides. With your fine rain caressing the earth. With your weapons, the lightning. With your rumbling thunder. Your great crashes of thunder. With your fine rain caressing the earth. Your heavy rain caressing the earth. With your great pile of waters here at Iduwana. With these you will pass us on our roads. In order that you may come to us thus. I have given you plume wands. My fathers. When you have taken your plume wands. With your waters. Your seeds. Your riches. Your power. Your strong spirit. Will all your good fortune whereof you are possessed. Me you will bless. Corn meal is then sprinkled on the prayer sticks with the following prayer. This day, my fathers. I have given you plume wands. The source of our water of life. The source of our flesh. Flesh of the white corn. Prayer meal. I give to you. Taking your plume wand. Your prayer meal. With your waters. Your seeds. Your riches. Your long life. Your old age. With all your good fortune. You will bless us. This is all. Prayers to dead wife, with offerings of prayer meal and prayer sticks. When a man's wife dies for 4 days he observes the most stringent taboos. He remains continent, he abstains from eating meat, grease, and salt. He sits alone, away from the fire, and must not be touched. He should not speak or be spoken to. Each morning at dawn he drinks an emetic and goes out on the eastern road to offer black corn meal to the dead spouse. He holds the black meal in the left hand, passes it 4 times over his head, and throws it away as rite of exorcism. Then, using the right hand, he scatters white meal, and prays. These taboos are the same as those offered by a warrior who has taken a scalp, and are directed to the same ends, the removal of contamination and the propitiation of the ghost. The ghost, who is lonely, will try to visit her husband in dreams. To prevent this he uses black corn meal, to make the road dark or to forget. After the 4 days he plants prayer sticks and resumes normal life. For 12 months he should remain continent, lest the dead wife become jealous. During this period he is dangerous. At the end of this period he has intercourse with a stranger to whom he gives a gift, the instrument for removing the contamination. She throws this away. Next day both plant prayer sticks. If he desires to shorten the period, he gets some man with esoteric knowledge to make him especially potent prayer sticks 2 or 4 sets planted at intervals of 4 days, which are offered to the dead wife with the following prayer. These same rites are observed also by a widow and a warrior who has taken a scalp. This is the only example which has come to my knowledge of any offering made to an individual, and even in this the ancestors are included. This prayer is also used with offerings of prayer sticks to the dead, on the 4th day after death, the day in which the spirit is believed to reach the land of the dead. 24. My fathers. Our son father. Our mothers. Dawn. As you arise and come out to your sacred place. I pass you on your road. The source of our flesh. White corn. Prayer meal. Shell. Pollen. I offer to you. Our son father. To you I offer prayer meal. To you we offer it. To you we offer pollen. According to the words of my prayer. Even so may it be. There shall be no deviation. Sincerely. From my heart I send forth my prayers. To you prayer meal. Shell I offer. Pollen I offer. According to the words of my prayer. Even so may it be. Now this day. My ancestors. You have attained the far-off place of waters. 25. This day. Carrying plume wands. Plume wands which I have prepared for your use. I pass you on your roads. I offer you plume wands. When you have taken my plume wands, all your good fortune whereof you are possessed, you will grant to me. And furthermore, you, my mother. 26. Verily, in the daylight, with thoughts embracing, we passed our days. Now you have attained the far-off place of waters. I give you plume wands. Plume wands which I have prepared for your use. Drawing your plume wands to you, and sharing my plume wands. Indeed, under no conditions shall you take anyone away. 27. Among all the corn priest's ladder descending children, all the little boys, the little girls, and those whose roads go ahead, was one, perhaps even a valuable man, who, his heart becoming angry because of something, injured you with his power. 28. That one only you will think to drag down. All of your good fortune whatsoever, may you grant to us, preserving us along a safe road. May our roads be fulfilled. 2. Prayers to the sun. Prayer at sunrise. Now this day, my son Father, now that you have come out standing to your sacred place, that from which we draw the water of life, prayer meal, here I give to you. Your long life, your old age, your waters, your seeds, your riches, your power, your strong spirit. All these to me may you grant. Presenting an infant to the sun. On the 8th day of life an infant's head is washed by his aunts, that is, women of his father's clan, his most important ceremonial relatives. Corn meal is placed in his hand and he is taken outdoors, facing the east, at the moment of sunrise. Corn meal is sprinkled to the rising sun with the following prayer, spoken by the paternal grandmother. Now this is the day. Our child. Into the daylight. You will go out standing, preparing for your day. We have passed our days. When all your days were at an end. When 8 days were past. Our son Father went in to sit down at his sacred place. And our night fathers, having come out standing to their sacred place, passing a blessed night, we came today. Now this day, our fathers, dawn priests, have come out standing to their sacred place. Our son Father, having come out standing to his sacred place. Our child, it is your day. This day, the flesh of the white corn, prayer meal, to our son Father. This prayer meal we offer. May your road be fulfilled. Reaching to the road of your son Father. When your road is fulfilled, in your thoughts, may we live. May we be the ones whom your thoughts will embrace. For this, on this day, to our son Father, we offer prayer meal. To this end, may you help us all to finish our roads. The equine sets the date for the summer solstice. Before the summer solstice the equine makes daily observations of the sunset from a shrine east of the village. When the sun sets behind a certain point in the mesa he begins to count days with offerings of prayer sticks. There are 6 such offerings according to Mrs. Stevenson. 29 At dawn of the morning following the last offering he announces from the highest housetop in Zuni that the summer solstice will take place after 8 days. Now that those who hold our roads, dawn ancients, youths, matrons, maidens, over their sacred place, have raised their curtain. Here, on the corn priest's housetop, I stand up. My fathers, my son Father, we have made your days. Divine ones, remember your days. When this many days, 8 days, are past. On the 9th day, all together, we shall reach your appointed time. This many days anxiously waiting. You shall pass the days. I think it is this many days, 8 days. And then on the 9th day. You will grant that all of us finish our roads. Prayer of the Fire Keeper at the Winter Solstice. The keeper of the New Year fire is appointed by the priests on the 9th day following the Equin's announcement of the solstice. This is the day on which all people cut prayer sticks. During the day he collects wood from houses in the village and in the evening builds the New Year fire in Iwa Kiva. On this evening the images of the gods of war are taken to the Kiva for their all-night ceremony. The fire keeper must be a man of the Badger clan or a child of that clan. He is called Tsupalailona, the one who has the blood pudding. The fire is his Tsupalan, or blood pudding. During the ensuing 10 days he must observe continence and eat no meat or other animal food. He sleeps and eats at his own house, but returns to the Kiva to tend the fire, which must be kept burning throughout the period. He visits every house in the village to get wood for his fire. At sundown on the 9th day of the second period 30 he comes to the Kiva. Here Equin has made a meal painting and set up an altar. When all the priests have arrived Equin goes to summon the impersonators of Ayudiwa and the 4 Syalia. They come unmasked, their masks having been taken to the Kiva earlier in the day. At sunset Siaitsuk, Karade and Quilele, gods from the east, enter the village from the east. They dance for a few minutes on the roof of the Kiva and then go in. After brief prayers they go to the house of the Great Fire Society to eat. The masks belong to this society, and the impersonators must be chosen from the great god order of the society. Late at night they are again summoned to the Kiva. Here are the priests, the impersonators of Ayudiwa and the Syalia, men of the Dogwood and Sun clans who dress Ayudiwa, and singers from Iwa Kiva. With Siaitsuk, Karade and Quilele go the headmen of the Great Fire Society and a group of singers from that society. The 2 choirs sing alternately and Quilele and Siaitsuk Karada dance. The fire keeper sits all night beside the fireplace, within a circle of meal across which he must not step. At the first sign of dawn Ayudiwa dresses. When he is ready the chief of the Great Fire Society kindles fire with the ancient drill which Quilele carries. As soon as the fire appears Quilele lights his torch. The fire keeper takes a brand from his fire and, accompanied by Quilele with his torch, Equin, Komosona, Ayudiwa, and the 4 Syalia, goes out to the east. At a point well beyond the last house they pause. The fire keeper lays down his brand, and Quilele extinguishes his torch. All pray and sprinkle meal. Then the party returns to the Kiva. This is the sign to the village that the fire taboo is ended, and immediately everyone hastens to take out their fire and sweepings. When they return to the Kiva the fire keeper and Equin pray. Then the people go to their houses to take out the fire from their hearths. They return immediately, and the masked gods dance until daylight. At this time anyone may enter the Kiva to receive the blessings of the gods. The following prayer is spoken by the fire keeper when he returns from the east in the morning. It was dictated by a member of the Great Fire Society. This many are the days since the sun, who is our father, stood yonder beside his left-hand sacred place. 31. Then our fathers, having prepared plume wands for the rite of their ancestors, and having breathed their prayers upon the plume wands, with their sacred cigarette, their prayer meal, my fathers laid hold of me. When the Son who is our Father had yet a little space to go in to sit down at his sacred place. Our 2 fathers, the ones who hold the high places, 32. Once more assuming human form, with their sacred possessions, with their house chiefs, their Equins, their bow priests. With all of these, they made their roads come in, and sat down quietly. Then the one who is my daylight father laid hold of me, presenting me yonder to all the directions. He seated me giving me the world. After a blessed night, we came today. Next day, saying, let it be now. Our two fathers yonder passed their elder brothers on their roads. 33. As they counted up the days for us, eagerly awaiting their days, we passed the days. When all of their days were past, then our two fathers, K. Ewulia P. Eyudua, we passed at their middle day. Yesterday, when our son father had yet a little space to go in to sit down at his sacred place. Yonder are fathers of all directions, water-bringing birds. 34. P. Equine, priest, from where he stays quietly, making his road come forth, making his road come hither, thinking, let it be here. Fashioned his father's massed cloud house. 35. Spread out their mist blanket, sent forth their life-giving road, prepared their spring. Then our two fathers, K. Ewulia, P. Eyudua, to his house chiefs, his P. Equins, to his bow priests, to all of these, made his road come in. They sat down quietly, yonder toward the east, to our two fathers. White-masked God. 36. Black-masked God. 37. To where they were made ready. The prayers reached, carrying their waters, carrying their seeds, making their road come hither. Going along one road, they sat down quietly. After a blessed night, with our children we came today. When the ones who are our fathers dawn old men, dawn youths, dawn boys, dawn old women, dawn matrons, dawn maidens, dawn girls, had risen standing to their sacred place, saying, let it be now. 4 times, drawing up our grandmother. 38. And making her arise, making her go ahead, yonder toward the east. With prayers, we made our roads go forth. How the world will be, how the days will be, we desired to know. Perhaps if we are lucky, our Earth Mother will wrap herself in a fourfold robe of white meal, full of frost flowers. A floor of ice will spread over the world. The forests, because of the cold, will lean to one side. Their arms will break beneath the weight of snow. When the days are thus, the flesh of our Earth Mother will crack with cold. Then in the spring, when she is replete with living waters, our mothers, all different kinds of corn, in their Earth Mother, we shall lay to rest. With their Earth Mother's living waters, they will be made into new beings. Into their Son Father's daylight, they will come out standing. Yonder to all directions, they will stretch out their hands calling for rain. Then with their fresh waters, the rain-makers will pass us on our roads. Clasping their young ones in their arms, they will rear their children, gathering them into our houses. Following these toward whom our thoughts bend, with our thoughts following them. Thus we shall always live. That this may be. Eagerly we have awaited your day. Now that all their days are at an end. Eagerly waiting until another day shall come. We shall pass our days. Indeed it is so. Far off someone will be my father, the Divine One, he of the Badger clan, asking for his life-giving breath. His breath of old age. His breath of waters. His breath of seeds. His breath of fecundity. His breath of all good fortune. Asking for his breath. And into my warm body, drawing his breath, I shall add to your breath. Do not despise the breath of your fathers, but into your bodies, Draw his breath. That yonder to where the life-giving road of your son father comes out. Your roads may reach. That you may finish your roads. For this I add to your breath. To this end, my fathers. My children. May all of you be blessed with light. 3. Prayers to the Uwanammi. For days after the summer solstice the priesthoods begin their series of retreats to pray for rain. Each set in turn goes in at the house where their sacred bundle is kept. The 4 chief priesthoods associated with the 4 cardinal points go in for 8 days each. They are followed by the Equin, who goes in for 4 days. He is followed by the Bao priest, who observes a 4-day retreat, although he does not stay in his house. After these the minor priesthoods, the darkness people, follow in fixed order. They go in for 4 days each. The last come out about the first week in September, which is near the end of the rainy season. Retreats always start in the evening, generally after sunset, and nights only are counted. They end at sunrise on the 4th or 8th morning following. The day before the retreat begins is spent by the priests in making prayer sticks. These are tied together in the afternoon, and shortly before sunset the chief priest accompanied by an associate leaves to plant them in a distant spring. They return late at night. They go immediately into the inner room set aside for their retreat, where the other members have already assembled. The chief priest sets up his altar meal painting, 1 or more feather-wrapped calm fetishes, pots of black paint that have been brought from the underworld, stone knives, thunderstones, and finally the sacred bundle itself. The first of the 2 prayers below is said with the offering of corn meal when gathering willow sticks, the second on setting the sacred bundle on the altar. They were dictated by a former member of the priesthood of the water serpent, and have been verified by a priest of the priesthood of the south. Prayer of a priest on going into retreat. This day. Desiring the waters of our fathers. The ones who first had being, 39. In our house. Having prepared prayer meal. Shells. Corn pollen. Hither with prayers. We made our road come forth. This way we directed our roads. Yonder on all sides our fathers. Priests of the mossy mountains. All those whose sacred places are round about. Creatures of the open spaces. You of the wooded places. We have passed you on your roads. This day. Prayer meal. Shell. Corn pollen. We offer to you, my fathers. Offering these to you. For times we offer them to you. You of the forest. You of the brush. All you who in divine wisdom. Stand here quietly. Carrying your waters. You will go before. Thus to Iriwana. Our roads will go. The water-filled rooms of your daylight children. Your road will enter. Sitting down quietly. After a blessed night. With us, your children. You will come today. Tomorrow. When he who holds our roads. Our Son Father. Coming out to stand at his sacred place. Passes our roads. Then we shall pass one another on our roads. The divine ones. From wherever they abide permanently. Will make their roads come forth. They will come. And where they sit down quietly. All of us shall pass one another on our roads. For our fathers. Our mothers. Those who first had being. And also for our fathers. Rainmaker priests. Rainmaker Equins. Rainmaker Bao priests. For their right. We shall give our plume wands human form. We have given our plume wands human form. With the massed cloud wing. Of the one who is our grandfather. The male turkey. With eagle's thin cloud wings. And with the striped cloud wings. And massed cloud tails. Of all the birds of summer. And with the flesh of the one who is our mother. Cotton woman. Even a rough cotton thread. A soiled cotton thread. With this 4 times encircling our plume wands. and tying it about their bodies. We have given our plume wands human form. Then also with the flesh of our mother. Black paint woman. Covering them with flesh. We have prepared our plume wands. When our plume wands were ready. Saying, let it be now. Taking our plume wands. Our plume wands which had been finished. Rising, we came out of our house. With prayers we made our roads come forth. At the place called since the first beginning. Rock Wedge, 40. Where our fathers. Rain-maker priests. In their rain-filled inner rooms 41. Were all gathered together in beauty. To receive their plume wands. There we passed them, on their roads. Passing them on their roads. There we gave our fathers plume wands. Our fathers. By means of their divine wisdom. Laid hold of their plume wands. On all sides. They will talk together, touching one another with the plume wands 42. Yonder at the north encircling ocean. You will hold discourse together touching each other with them. And then also. Yonder at the west encircling ocean. You will hold discourse together. Touching one another with them. And then also yonder toward the south. You will hold discourse together. Touching one another with them. Then also yonder toward the east. You will hold discourse together, touching one another with them. Then also above. You will hold discourse together, touching one another with them. And then also in the fourth womb, 43. You will hold discourse together, touching one another with them. You will encircle the world with your discourses. My fathers. Grasping your plume wands. You will see your plume wands. You will see whether they have been finished with precious paint, 44. Or else are unfinished. With your spittle. With your flesh. With your divine wisdom. They will be made over afresh into human beings. They will be strong. From wherever you abide permanently. You will make your roads come forth. Your little wind-blown clouds. Your thin wisps of clouds. Your great masses of clouds. Replete with living waters. You will send forth to stay with us. Your fine rain caressing the earth. Your heavy rain caressing the earth. Here at Uwanammi. The abiding place of our fathers. Our mothers. The ones who first had being. With your great pile of waters. You will come together. When you have come together. Our mothers. Our children. All the different kinds of corn. Nourishing themselves with their father's waters. Tenderly will bring forth their young. Clasping their children 45. All will finish their roads. Then our children. Our latter descending children. Will gather you in. Into all their houses. You will make your roads enter. To stay there quietly. Then also tenderly. Their young will multiply. Multiplying our young. Those toward whom our thoughts are bent. You will live. You will not think to hurry to some other place. 46. Indeed, this shall not be. But always in their houses. You will remain at rest. In order that our children's thoughts may be bent to this. For this you are our father. You are our mother. For this you who first had being. Perpetuating your right of the first beginning. Sit here quietly. Holding all your country. Holding all your people. You sit here quietly. Even as you sit here quietly. Even as you listen to us. We pray to you. With your words. Divine ones. With your words. You hold all your people. Do not let anyone fall from your grasp. When he has gone but a little ways. In order that this may not be. Our Father. Our Mother. The one who first had being. Even as you listen to us. We pray to you. Our Father. Our Mother. The one who first had being. Keeping your days. Your days that have already been made. We pass our days. Whenever your days are at an end, then we shall fulfill our thoughts. Our mother. The one who first had being. To wherever you abide permanently. To your fourth inner room. You will make your road go in. Then again, holding your country. Holding your people. You will sit down quietly for us. Therefore as children to one another. We shall always remain. My child. My mother. According to my words. Even so may it be. Do not let go of your people. Let not your thoughts be thus. Let no difficulty befall any of our daylight children. Our ladder descending children. When they have gone but a little ways on their road. That this may not be. I commission 47 you with my prayers. Because of my words. You will sit down quietly. This many are the days. And when your days are at an end. You will sit down quietly. Although we say we have fulfilled your thoughts. No. We have not yet fulfilled your thoughts. Our office never lapses. When we come to another day, 48. Then again eagerly awaiting your right. We shall pass our days. For the winter eagerly waiting. We shall pass our days. This is all. Thus with plain words. My father. My mother. My child. Thus you sit down quietly. 49. Prayer of a priest during his summer retreat. This many are the days. Since those who are our fathers. Those who are our mothers. The ones who first had being. Aeto. Tcuito, we. Had kept for them their days. This many days. Anxiously waiting. We passed our days. When all these days were past. Now we have come to the appointed time. Our fathers. Our mothers. In your fourth inner room. You stay quietly. This day we have reached the appointed time. Our fathers. Our ancestors. Yonder, you who were priests. When you were alive. We have reached your appointed time. Point 50. This day. Your day has been made. The one who is my father. The one who is my mother. For times I shall hold you fast. This day. With the flesh of the white corn. Prayer meal, commissioned with our prayer. This day with prayer meal. For times we shall spread out the mist blanket. 51. We shall fashion the house of massed clouds. We shall fashion the life-giving road. For times we shall fashion your spring. This day. My father. My mother. For times I shall set you down quietly. For times you will sit down quietly. Holding all your world. Holding all your people. Perpetuating your right had since. The first beginning. You will sit down quietly among us. When you have sat down. At your back. At your feet. We shall sit down beside you. Desiring your waters. Keeping your days for this. We shall pass our days. Our fathers. Rainmaker priests. Rainmaker equins. From wherever you abide permanently. You will make your roads come forth. To the one whom you call father. To the one whom you call mother. For times with all your waters. To us your mother. Your fathers. You will come. In order that you may thus come to us. Our father. Our mother. Perpetuating your right had since the first beginning. This 152 sits quietly here. Your day is made. Keeping your days we pass our days. Our mothers. The ones who first had being. Keeping your days. We pass our days. That all our fathers. Our mothers. Our children. That all these may be filled with the water of life. anxiously awaiting the making of your days. We have passed our days. Our children. All the different kinds of corn. All over their earth mother. Stand poor at the borders of our land. With their hands a little burnt. With their heads a little brown. They stand at the borders of our land. So that these may be watered with fresh water. We keep your days. That all our children may nourish themselves with fresh water. Carefully they will rear their young. And when our daylight children have nourished themselves with fresh water, we shall live happily all our days. This is all. Thus speaking plain words, I set you down quietly. The P. Equine goes into retreat. The retreat of the P. Equine follows next after the priests of the four directions. He is priest of the sun, and is associated, according to Mrs. Stevenson, with the zenith. This association, however, does not seem firmly fixed. The P. Equine has no eaten, or priestly bundle. He has pots of black paint brought from the underworld and undoubtedly other ceremonial paraphernalia. But his altar lacks the water and seed-filled reeds which constitute the most sacred and potent possessions of the other priests. He is thought to be so pure in heart that he has no need of magic to make his prayers effective. Therefore, before going into retreat he plants his prayer sticks not at a spring, but in his corn field. He does not bring back a jug of the sacred water of some spring to place on his altar. For the first part of his retreat he tries himself. He sits down before an altar consisting only of his paint pots on a painting of meal. It lacks even the bowl of medicine water. As soon as the first rain falls he may mix his medicine in the fresh rain water. If no rain falls, he must continue until the end without even this frail aid to prayer. He is tested at each retreat, and it is always a point of special note whether or not his days are blessed with rain. The following prayer is recited at the beginning of his retreat. The first part is spoken outside when he plants his prayer sticks, the latter half after he returns to his home. 53. This many are the days since the new year. The cycle of the months of our fathers. The ones that first had being. This many days. We have awaited our time. It has come to summer. My fathers. My mothers. The ones that first had being. Your day goes on. Not long ago. At the middle of the year 54. I made my father's days. 55. This many were the days of the rain-makers of all directions. And now that my father's days are at an end. Yonder, wherever the roads of the rain-makers come forth, 56. Where people pray to finish their roads. There you stand at the borders of our land. Male willow, female willow. For times breaking off the straight young shoots. To my house I brought my road. Sitting down quietly. Throughout a blessed night. With our children we came today. This day, my fathers. You who here were P. Equines. You who used to take care of the world. You who used to be chiefs of the downy feather, 57. And furthermore, my son father. My child. This day. When you came out standing to your sacred place. This day. In my house. For your right. I fashioned plume wands in human form. With the striped cloud wing of my father. Male turkey. With the striped cloud wing of oriole, P. Equine priest, 58. Arid blue jay, P. Equine priest. And the wings of all the different birds of summer. With these 4 times. I gave my plume wands human form. With the flesh of my mother. My grandmother. Yucca fiber. Cotton woman. Even a soiled cotton thread. With these I gave my plume wands human form. With the flesh of the one who is my mother. The one who first had being. Black paint woman. With her flesh making the flesh of my plume wands. I gave them human form. saying, "Let it be now." Taking my plume wands. The plume wands which had been prepared. I made my road come forth. I made my road go forth. Somewhere in my water-filled fields 59. I passed my earth mother on her road. My fathers. My ancestors. You who used to be equines. You who used the downy feather. You who used to take charge of the world. And furthermore my child. My father. Sun. My child, my mother, moon. My fathers. Divine ones. This day. I give you plume wands. Taking your plume wands. There where you abide permanently. Clasping them in your arms. Caressing them. With your supernatural wisdom. You will distribute them amongst you. After a little while. To my house. My road will reach. Making your days, I shall pass the days. He deposits the plume wands, then he returns to his ceremonial house, sets up his altar, which consists of dishes of sacred black paint and bowls of prayer meal. The prayer continues. This day, my fathers. You who are my child, sun. You who are my mother, moon. This day. I have passed you on your roads. This day, upon the flesh of the white corn. Prayer meal. Breathing my prayers. For times I have spread out your mist blanket. I have fashioned your cloud house. I have fashioned your road. Now that this is at an end. Your days are made. After a little while. From where you abide permanently. You will make your road come forth. Yonder from the south. Where, they say, is the abiding place of summer. My fathers. Send forth your quick breath. 60. Send forth your massed clouds to stay with us. Stretch out your watery hands. Let us embrace. To Itiwana you will come. With all your people. Hiding behind your watery shield 61. With all your people. With your fine rain caressing the earth. With your heavy rain caressing the earth. Carrying your weapons. Your lightning. Come to us. Raise the sound of your thunders. At Itiwana. With your great pile of waters. May you pass me on my road. That this may be. I have made your days. When your days are at an end. Meeting me with all your waters. May you stay with us. Do not cause people to speak ill of your days 62. But with waters caressing the earth. Let your days be filled. With your waters. You will pass me on my road. Those which all my latter descending children. Have sown with magical rites. All the different kinds of corn. Yonder all over their earth mother. They stand poor at the borders of our land. With their hands a little burnt. With their heads brown. They stand poor at the borders of our land. That these may be nourished with fresh water. Thus runs the thought of my prayer. When the time of my days is at an end. Though I say, my days are at an end. No, it is not so. Waiting anxiously until another day comes. We shall pass the days. My fathers. Now I have fulfilled your thoughts. This is all. The Bao priest in retreat in summer. On the day the equine comes out of retreat in summer, the Bao priest begins to count days. He is not a rain priest. He has no altar, he has no rain-making fetish. His sacred possessions are associated rather with war. Therefore, instead of remaining in meditation and prayer in his ceremonial house, he makes offerings at the various shrines of the gods of war on mountain tops around Zuni. The first day he goes to the north, to Twin Mountains, the second day to the west. The place actually visited is a shrine to the south on a knoll near the road to the Salt Lake. The third day he goes to the south, Face Mountain, a shrine southeast of Zuni, the fourth day to the east, a knoll near the Black Rock Road. At each of these shrines he offers cornmeal and turquoise with prayers for rain and fertility. He offers these in his capacity of priest rather than as warrior. This many days. Making the days of my two fathers. The ones who hold the high places, 63. Keeping their days. I have lived. My fathers. Rainmaker priests. Rainmaker P. Equins. And you, far off at the fourth rim of the encircling ocean. You who are our fathers, Rainmaker Bow priests. Sik Karat, Ahia, 64 K Karat, Al-Hawani. From wherever you abide permanently. Send forth your misty breath. Your little wind-blown clouds. Your thin wisps of cloud. Your black streaks of cloud. Your masses of clouds replete with living waters. You will send forth to stay with us. With your fine rain caressing the earth. With your heavy rain caressing the earth. With your great pile of waters here at Idiwana. You will pass us on our roads. Desiring this, my fathers. I have made your days. When you pass me on my road. All my latter descending children. Will refresh themselves with your living waters. That the crowns of their heads may sometimes be wet with dew. In order that this may be. You, my fathers, yonder on all sides. You who dwell in high places. For this you live at sacred places. Round about on all the mossy mountains. My fathers. To all your latter descending children. You will grant your PowerPoint 65. In order that my children may have strong hearts. It is now your day. From wherever you stay permanently. Your massed clouds filled with living water, may you send forth. Making your road come forth from. Where you stay permanently. With your rain caressing the earth. With your terrible lightning. Make your thunders resound. At Idiwana may you pass me on my road. When you have passed me on my road. My mothers. My children. All the different kinds of corn. Nourishing themselves with their father's waters. Tenderly will bring forth their young. When they have finished their roads. When they are old. My children. My latter descending children. Will bring in their children. All the different kinds of corn. Into their houses. That they may always be the ones toward whom our thoughts bend. For this all my children carefully have reared their young. All my children. Will make their roads come into their houses. Staying there permanently. Your young increasing. You will always remain. That the thoughts of my latter. Descending children. May bend to this. That this may be. My fathers. Thus runs the thought of my prayer. Thus all my children. May always be well provided with seeds. Desiring this. I watch over our daylight fathers. The ones who here have in their keeping. The rights of our fathers, 66. Those who first had being. Our daylight fathers. Who perpetuate the rights which they hold in their keeping. The rights of those who first had being. Sitting down among my daylight fathers. Watching over my fathers. That one am I. My fathers. You know me well. Do not let me be a poor person. 67. My fathers. You who hold the high places, your representative am I. I have a bandolier, 68. I have an armlet, 69. Because of this. I am my father's mouth. 70. All my latter descending children. All of them I hold in my hands. May no one fall from my grasp. After going but a little ways. Those yonder toward the east. In all the villages that stand against the place of the rising sun. Even to all those villages. That stand against the place of the setting sun. Even every little bug. Even every dirty little bug. Let me hold them all fast in my hands. Let none of them fall from my grasp. In order that this may be. My fathers, I ask you for life. May my children's roads all be fulfilled. May they grow old. May their roads reach all the way to Dawn Lake. May their roads be fulfilled. In order that your thoughts may bend to this. Your days are made. Now your days are at an end. Whatever I have wished, I have spoken. All our prayers which we have completed for each other. Thus I have fulfilled our thoughts. Eagerly awaiting until it shall be another day. Until the winter. I shall now pass my time. My fathers. Your waters. Your seeds. Your riches. Your power. Your strong spirit. All this you will grant us. May my road be fulfilled. May I grow old. Even until I go with strong hands grasping a bent stick. 71. Thus may I grow old. 4. Prayers of the War Cult. The Bao priest makes prayer sticks at the winter solstice. My two fathers. You who dwell in high places. 72. Ma, ASE, Y 73. Yui, Y. For you it is the new year. Since it is the new year. All the beings that dwell in mossy mountains. The beings who dwell in shady places. The forest beings. The brush beings. Oak being. Willow being. Red willow being. Lanilkawa being. 74. Cottonwood being. Taking the straight young shoots of all these. These we shall make into prayer plumes. For my fathers. The divine ones. I have destined these prayer plumes. When my fathers. The divine ones. Take hold of their prayer plumes. When they clothe themselves with their prayer plumes. Then all to my children. Long life. Old age. All good fortune whatsoever. You will grant. So that I may raise corn. So that I may raise beans. So that I may raise wheat. So that I may raise squash. So that with all good fortune I may be blessed. Prayers before going on a war party. Before going on the warpath the Bao priests are summoned to their ceremonial house. The chief Bao priest addresses them. Now this many days. Because of the thoughts of the enemy. Our thoughts have been troubled. Our appetite has failed. This very day. That by which they live. Turquoise, 75. To my fathers I have offered. At all their abiding places. Yonder into the enemy's country. We shall take the warpath. Because of the enemy. Because of their thoughts. We wish in vain see one another. 76. We cannot see him of whom we think. Because it is thus. To be avenged. We have made up our minds. My children. You shall set your minds to be men. You shall think to provide yourselves with good weapons. Then, perhaps, we shall have the good fortune. To get that which we wish. That for which we ask. Namely that with the enemy's flocks. Their clothing. Their precious stones. Their good shell beads. That with these our houses may obtain hearts. For this we have sent forth our prayers. Waiting anxiously until the appointed time shall come. Cleansing our hearts. Cleansing our thoughts. Thus shall we live. Indeed we shall not be alone. Because yonder all about. Abide our fathers. Spreading word about among them. You will think to give them good turquoise. To this end, my children. Through all the time set aside for them. Eagerly you will await their day. After a good night. May you come today. And tomorrow. After a good day may you come to evening. And as each day comes. Eagerly may you wait their day. May your thought not be vacillating. Indeed, though I call myself poor. Far off I shall have someone for my father. For there is one who by virtue of the dry bough 77. Holds us all as his children. His representative am I. Asking for life from him. I shall add to your breath. And furthermore. Emerging into the daylight. Yonder on all the mossy mountains. All about they have set their sacred places, 78. The ones who hold the high places. Ahayuda yellow, 79. Blue. Red. White. Many-colored. The dark one. These were Bao priests. Holding us as their children. They abide in all their sacred places. Round about. To all these places. Sending forth my prayer to them. I ask for their life-giving breath. Their breath of old age. Their breath of riches. Their breath of waters. Their breath of seeds. Their breath of fecundity. Their breath of power. Their breath of strong spirit. Their breath of all good fortune of which they are possessed. Asking for their breath. And into my warm body drawing their breath. I shall add to your breath. To this end, my children. May you be blessed with life. The date for starting is set. Any man who wishes to join the party tells the Bao priests, and the destination is determined according to the size of the party. During the interval offerings are made by the Bao priests at the various shrines referred to in the preceding prayer. The night before they leave all volunteers meet at the ceremonial house of the Bao priests. Each man deposits prayer meal, corn pollen, and some precious material shell, turquoise, red paint, or iridescent black paint in each of 4 corn husks. These are immediately taken to 4 distant shrines, by the elder and younger brother Bao priests, the war chief, and the society chief of the Bao priesthood. On reaching the shrine the emissary says, "How are you this evening?" He answers himself, speaking in the person of the god. "Happy. Have you come? Sit down. Now, indeed, you have passed us on our roads. Indeed, words not too long your words will be. If you let us know what they are. Always we shall remember them. Is it not so?" The man, "Indeed it is so. As you know. To all your different abiding places. I have gone about. With words of taking our road into the enemy's country. Tomorrow upon that. The sun will arise. The god, is that so? That must not be. We cannot part with you. The man, nevertheless there is no choice. To do that very thing I have made up my mind. And furthermore. Thinking to bring you fine shell. Prayer meal. Corn pollen. Red paint. Sparkling paint. Eager for this I have passed my days. Now this day. We have reached the appointed time. Therefore we have passed you on your road. The god, is that so? Nevertheless, in spite of your speaking thus. We cannot part with you. We have your plume wands. We have your shells. We have your prayer meal. The man, yes, that is why I have spoken words. Of going to the enemy's country. Because on account of the enemy's thoughts. Our children have been destroyed. Our flocks have been destroyed. Because of the enemy's thoughts. We wish to see our relatives. And thinking of them we fail in it. The god, is that so? Very well, although we cherish you. You think thus. Our elder brothers yonder. The ones who abide in different places. Do they also know it? The man, yes, certainly. At all their abiding places. I have bent down to speak to them. The god, well, the one who is my elder brother. The one who stays at Long House Top. Does he know? The man, yes, at a time when he knows that I pass you on your road. The god, the one at Echo's abiding place, does he know? The man, yes, even when he knows. I have passed you on your road. The god, the one who stays. Where the rainbow bends over. Does he know? The man, at a time when he knows. I have passed you on your road. The god, those yonder, where all talk together. Do they know? The man, yes, when they already know. I have passed you on your road. The god, very well. Now, perhaps, you have taken thought for your good weapons. The man, yes, I have taken thought. The god, very well. Our father, our child. You shall set your mind to be a man. Truly you shall not be alone. Perhaps all your fathers, in all their different abiding places, are in agreement. The man, now this night. My prayer meal. My shell. My corn pollen. My sparkling paint. My red paint. My water roll 80. You have taken. If you let me know how the world will be. How the days will be. That I shall always remember. He goes off a little way, and sitting down waits for an omen. The 4 messengers return at the same time to the ceremonial house and report what they have seen. Plans are made according to the divinations. Prayers of the scalp dance. Whenever an enemy is killed, the slayer, if not already a member of the Bao priesthood or one of the other 2 warrior societies, the hunters, Saniac Carrot, Akwi, or the Cactus Society, K. Osikwi, must immediately join the Bao priesthood to protect himself from the malevolence of the slain enemy. The initiation takes place in the course of the scalp dance, which is held to celebrate the victory. The purpose of the scalp dance is twofold. First, to purify the scalper from the contaminating contact with the dead and make him safe for human association, and by placing him under the protection of the war gods, through membership in their cult, the Bao priesthood. Save him from pursuit by the ghost. The second purpose is to propitiate the dead enemy, strip him of his power for evil, and turn to good account his potentialities as a rainmaker. This propitiation of the scalp is primarily the office of the scalp chief, who also retains guardianship of the scalps reposing in the scalp house. Accompanying these important secret rites of purification and propitiation are the great public festivities. Throughout the 12 days of the ceremony, unrestrained merrymaking accompanied by sexual license is indulged in by young and old of both sexes. These 3 strands run side by side, all culminating in the great ceremonies of the final day. The order of events in this long and elaborate ritual has been described in the accounts by Mrs. Stevenson 81 and Dr. Parsons 82, with varying emphasis on the different aspects, according to the affiliation of the informants. For convenience in reading the following prayers, the events may be briefly summarized. The returning war party camps overnight outside the village. At dawn 4 men chosen to announce their return ride toward the village uttering their war cry. They are met by the scalp chief, who inquires concerning the exploits of the war party. During the day the scalp chief secretes the scalp at a distance from the village in a diminutive shelter of brush. The scalper and his elder brother, the member of the Bao priesthood who has caught the novice, take turns in watching over it. Toward evening they go through a sham conflict and take the scalp, bringing it to a place on the plain where P. Equin has prepared an altar. Here they are met by men and women appointed to take part in the coming ceremonies, the priests, the scalp chief, the Bao priesthood, the ant society, the guardians of war bundles, and the male populace. There is ceremonial smoking by all present. Prayer sticks are planted by the scalper in a nearby ant hill, and many songs are sung and prayers offered. Finally the scalp is placed on the foot of the ant of the scalper, who kicks it 4 times. Encircling the village 4 times, in counterclockwise circuit, the party goes in. The scalp is set upon a tall pole in the plaza amid general rejoicings, and the period of festivity is announced first by P. Equin and then by the Bao priest. The scalper goes into retreat in the ceremonial house of the Bao priests. For 4 days he eats no meat or grease or any hot food. He sits away from the fire, sleeps little, does not speak, and is untouchable. He drinks emetics and goes out each morning to pray for deliverance from the scalp. He must also observe the sexual taboos placed upon the widowed. The woman who brought in the scalp must also observe all these taboos. The days are spent in preparation for the final ceremonies. On the 5th day the scalp is washed by 2 men appointed for this purpose. Thus is the enemy received into the company of the rainmakers who eve in the scalp house. Meanwhile the public festivities have begun. There are public dances each day, 2 selected groups performing on alternate days, while at night young and old of both sexes dance about the scalp pole. About the 6th day a man of the Deer clan and a man of the Bear clan start work on the images of the gods of war. On the 12th night these and all their paraphernalia are taken into the house of the Bao priests. Here, in an all-night ceremony, the novice is finally taken into their company to share their supernatural prerogatives, including the special protection of the gods of war. The following day is the Great Dance. The images of the gods of war, the various war bundles, and the chief priestly bundles are set up on an altar in the plaza, behind which sit all the high officials of the Zuni hierarchy. Throughout the day various dancers take turns in dancing before this altar. Toward evening the Bao priests sing the songs given them at the institution of their society by the gods of war. After this the altar is demolished and the meal painting obliterated. The sacred bundles are returned to the houses where they are kept. The images of the gods of war are taken to their houses by members of the Bao priesthood, and next day carried to appropriate shrines, not the ones that are visited during the winter solstice. Late at night the scalp is removed from the pole by the scalp chief and deposited by him in the scalp house, with special prayers for protection in his dangerous office. The following prayers represent but the least fragment of this complex ritual. They deal almost entirely with the office of scalp chief, that is, the propitiation of the scalp. They were dictated by an old man, a son of a former scalp chief, now deceased. At dawn the scalp chief meets 4 men who announce the return of the war party 83. Now, neglecting your children. Neglecting your wives. Yonder into the country of the enemy. You made your road go forth. Perhaps one of the enemy. Even one who thought himself virile. Under a shower of arrows. A shower of war clubs. With bloody head. One of the enemy. Reached the end of his life. Our fathers. Beast Bao priests. Took from the enemy. His water-filled covering. 84. Now you will tell us of that. And knowing that we shall live. Is it not so? The 4 announcers reply. Indeed it is so. Neglecting our children. Neglecting our wives. Yonder into the enemy's country. We made our road go forth. Indeed it is so. We started out. We went. Yonder at Rock Cave we arrived. There we spent the night. Early next day we arose. We went on. At Oxeye Place. We arrived. There we spent the night. Next day we went on. Yonder at Cattail Spring we arrived. There, when we arrived at their campsite, we attacked them. There this one. And one of the enemy. Fought together. The account breaks off here. The informant lacked imagination to continue the narrative of the exploits of the war party. In the evening the scalp is brought into the village. 85 At the close of the ceremonies on the plain the scalp chief deposits in an excavation between 2 mounds of bread which he collected earlier in the day at the houses of the priests. The offering is specifically to the slain Navajo. This day. Into the corn priest's 86 country. You will make your road enter. With the fruit of the corn priest labor. You will add to your heart. 87. So that if any of the corn priests, ladder descending children, should by mistake cut off you road 88. No evil consequence 89 may come to him because of it. And furthermore, you who are my grandfather. Male turkey, 90. Weakening the enemy's hearts. You will remain here always. So that your children, their breath drifting hither only, when they attain their house, they will make their roads come in. 91. Longing for them. You will live. To this end, add to your hearts. After the scalp has been set up in the plaza, the P. Equine addresses the people. Now this day. This many of the children of the corn priests, neglecting their children, neglecting their wives, went out yonder into the enemy's country. Then suddenly, one of the enemy, even one who stayed quietly in his hut, even one who thought himself a man, in a shower of arrows, in a shower of stones, in a shower of war clubs, with bloody head, the enemy reached the end of his life. The ones who are our fathers, beast bow priests, with their claws, tore from the enemy his water-filled covering. Into the country of the corn priests the enemy made his road enter. For times encircling the town, the corn priest's water-filled court, he made his road enter. In the corn priest's water-filled court, setting him up. When his days are made, eagerly you shall await his time. When all the enemy's days are past, when those who are our fathers, rain-maker priests, with their fresh waters, have sprinkled the enemy. 92. Whenever his day is made, tirelessly unwearied, you shall pass the time. For indeed, the enemy, even though he was without value, notwithstanding he was a being of this kind, yet he was a water being. He was a seed being, desiring the enemy's waters, desiring his seeds, desiring his wealth. Eagerly you shall await his day. Whenever his days are made, throughout the days, throughout the nights, tirelessly, unwearied, you shall live. Indeed, even though you ache from singing, even though you fain would sleep, in order to win the enemy's waters, his seeds, his wealth, his power, his strong spirit, to win these, throughout the nights, throughout the days, tirelessly, unwearied, you shall live. Then indeed, if we are lucky, to some little corner, where the dust lies thick, you will steal away, in order to procreate sturdy 93 men, and sturdy women. Tirelessly you will live, to procreate strong males, to procreate sturdy females, to be the ones toward your thoughts may bend. Eager for this, you will keep the days. For indeed, the enemy, even though on rubbish 94, he lived and grew to maturity. By virtue of the corn priest's rain prayers, he becomes valuable winky face. Indeed, the enemy, though in his life, he was a person given to falsehood, he has become one to foretell how the world will be, how the days will be, that during his time, we may have good days, beautiful days. Hoping for this, we shall keep his days. Indeed, if we are lucky, during the enemy's time, fine rain caressing the earth, heavy rain caressing the earth, we shall win. When the enemy's days are in progress, the enemy's waters, we shall win. His seeds we shall win. His riches we shall win. His power, his strong spirit, his long life, his old age. In order to win these, tirelessly, unwearied, we shall pass his days. Now, indeed, the enemy, even one who thought himself a man, in a shower of arrows, in a shower of war clubs, with bloody head, the enemy, reaching the end of his life, added to the flesh of our earth mother, beast bow priests, with their claws, tore from the enemy his water-filled covering. Then the enemy, into the corn priest's country, made his road enter. Now shout, oh! Again! Oh! Again! Oh! Once more. O. P. U hu hu. Ha hu. We. The elder brother Bao priest addresses the people in the same vein. Then the scalp chief offers to the scalp a handful of bread saved from his earlier offering. Now, this day, that you have been set up in the corn priest's rain-filled court, all the children of the corn priest will be dancing for you. All the children of the corn priest will pass you on your road. They will add to your heart. Should anyone by mistake touch you, may no evil consequence befall him because of it. With this fruit of the corn priest's labor, add to your heart your long life, your old age, your waters, your seeds. Grant them to cleanse the thoughts of whoever has angry thoughts. For this you will stand up here. After 4 days the scalp is washed at any spring outside the town or in the river. Care is taken that the water used for the washing does not flow back into the river to bring death to those who drink of it. The scalp washer bites the scalp to get the power of the beast gods. He acts like an animal, and therefore he does not need, in order to save his life, to observe the taboos generally required by contaminating contact with the dead. Prayer sticks are planted before the ceremony. At the conclusion the bowl is broken and cast away and offerings of food are thrown about on the ground. During the ceremony of washing, the choir sings new songs made for the occasion and the scalp washer prays. Now this day, our son father, having come out standing to his sacred place, a little space yet remains, ere he goes in to sit down at his other sacred place. Now 4 times raising our niece, 95. And making her stand up. Her road going first. Hither with prayers. We have made our road come forth. Here, nearby, our fathers. Rain-maker Bao priests. Where your watery road comes forth. Where you are waiting. We have passed you on your road. We have offered you plume wands. Taking your plume wands. With them you will take firm hold of the enemy's water-filled covering. With your fresh water, you will sprinkle him. Then again, if your hands go first, our hands following, we shall meet no evil consequence. 96. You who are our fathers, rain-maker Bao priests. K. Alhawan I. Sik Ahaya. K. Upiktea. Beast Bao priests. By virtue of your thoughts, the enemy reached the end of his life. When with your clear water, you have sprinkled the enemy. When into the corn priest's country, he has brought his road. When in the corn priest's water-filled court, he has been set up. All the corn priest's children, with the song sequences of the fathers, will be dancing for him. And whenever all his days are past, then a good day, a beautiful day, a day filled with great shouting, with great laughter, a good day. With us, your children, you will pass. Thus the corn priest's children, winning your power, winning your strong spirit, will come to evening. To this end, my fathers. Now let us take hold of our niece. After the dancing of the last day the scalp chief takes down the scalp. He and his associates remain in hiding on the outskirts of the village until midnight. Then they proceed singing to the scalp house. Each has under his tongue several grains of black corn to prevent pursuit by the ghost. 97. The scalp chief places the scalp in the jar in the scalp house and prays. Now this many are the days since the enemy reached the end of his life. Our fathers, those who hold the high places, beast Bao priests, tore from the enemy his water-filled covering into the corn priest's country. They made his road enter. And in the corn priest's water-filled court, Standing him up. They made his days. This many are the days. And when the set number of days had all been counted up, way back, when all these days had passed, the ones who are our fathers, rain-maker priests, with their clear water, took firm hold of him. 98. Again in the corn priest's court, setting him up, they made his days. This many days. The corn priest's children, with their fathers' song sequences, have consumed in dancing. Then yesterday, when the number of their days was at an end, those who are our fathers, the two who hold the high places, 99, with their elder brothers' plume wands, their prayer feathers, their shells, in these wrapping themselves they renewed their human form. 100. Holding their world, holding their people fast, sitting down quietly, with us their children. After a blessed night 101. They came today. This very day. When he who is our Son Father, coming out standing to his sacred place, passed us on our roads, saying, let it be now. Those who are our fathers, the ones that first had being 102, came out standing into the daylight of their Son Father. Nearby, in the corn priest's court, our two fathers, the ones who hold the high places, with all their sacred things, made their roads enter. Yonder from all sides, those who are our fathers, all the water-bringing birds, equins, priests, 103, made their roads come forth. They made their roads come hither. With his hand, with his heart, his father's cloud house he fashioned, 104. Their mist blanket he spread out. Their life-giving road he sent forth. Their perfect spring he prepared. Then our two fathers, those who hold the high places, with their house chiefs, 105. Their equins, holding all their sacred things, sitting down quietly, throughout a blessed day. With us, their children, they came to evening, when the one who is our Son Father had gone in to sit down at his sacred place. And our night fathers, our night mothers, night priests, slowly rising to their sacred place, had passed us on our roads. We passed you on your road. You, Navajo priests, 106 have died. Truly during your lives, you dealt falsely, although that was your nature in life. Recently, by virtue of the corn priest's water-bringing words, you have passed one another on your road. When you reveal to us 107, how the days will be, how the world will be, knowing that we shall pass our days. To this end, my nieces, 108, add to your hearts, so that your people you may waft hither only, so that you may speed them hither. On this do not fail to fix your thoughts. 109. This is all. He deposits the scalp in the scalp house, replaces the cover and comes back to the village. On his way back he mounts to 4 housetops, leaving on each a grain of black corn to make his road dark. At his own house the ladder has been turned upside down. As soon as he has mounted it, it is righted so that the ghost cannot follow him up. He comes into the house without speaking, hangs up his blanket and goes right out. Standing on the housetop facing the east, holding in his hands what yet remains of the black corn, he prays. This many are the days since our children, neglecting their little ones, neglecting their wives, yonder into the enemy's country, made their road go forth. Presently, even where the enemy stayed peacefully in their huts, our fathers, the ones who hold the high places, having commanded the enemy to be as women, in a shower of arrows, a shower of war clubs, with bloody head, The enemy reached the end of his life. Our fathers. Beast bow priests. With their claws, 110. Tearing from him his rain-filled covering. Commanded him to be the one to count those who have their homes above. All little sparkling stars. 111. The enemy. Having added to the flesh of our Mother Earth, 112. Hither into the corn priest's country. He made his road go. When his road came here to Idiwana. Our two mothers. Taking hold of him fast. The country of the corn priests. For time successively encircling. Into the corn priest's rain-filled court. Making their roads come in. There they set him up. His days were made. When we had lived eagerly awaiting his days. The rainmaker priests. With their fresh water. Took firm hold of the enemy. Then the days were made. For those who hold the high places. Through all these days. Mindful of their days. You came to the time. Then yesterday. Our two fathers. Those who hold the high places. Once more assuming human form. After a blessed night. With us their children. They came today. This day 113. When he who is our Son Father. Has come out standing to his sacred place. Saving, let it be now. Our two fathers. The ones who hold the high places. Yonder will pass their elder brothers on their roads. Wherever they pass the divine ones on their roads. Taking their places. They will sit down quietly. Yonder on all the mossy mountain tops. All about they will have their sacred places. All the forests. All the brush. Being made representatives in prayer. That all the corn priest's children. May hold fast to life. That this may be so. The divine ones. Taking one another's places. Sit down quietly. Holding all their world. Holding all their people fast. They will sit down quietly. And then also these others, 114. Asking in prayer for life for their children. They will add to our breath. Seeking our relatives. Our elders. Nearby in all their houses. Wherever they lie sleeping. These they will hold fast. Will have there. And also our children. Those who watch over the ones through which we prosper, 115. Those who for the sake of their children. For the sake of their flocks. Yonder on all sides. Wander over their earth mother. Who even on the bare ground stand at the edges of our land. All these also they will hold fast. I have sent forth my prayers. Our children. Even those who have erected their shelters. At the edge of the wilderness. May their roads come in safely. May the forests. And the brush. Stretch out their water-filled arms. To shield their hearts. May their roads come in safely. May their roads all be fulfilled. May it not somehow become difficult for them. When they have gone but a little ways. May all the little boys. All the little girls. And those whose roads are ahead. May they have powerful hearts. Strong spirits. On roads reaching to Dawn Lake. May you grow old. May your roads be fulfilled. May you be blessed with life. Where the life-giving road of your Son Father comes out. May your roads reach. May your roads be fulfilled. Taking out the black corn, he passes it around 4 times in front of him. Re-entering the house, he repeats the prayer, still holding the corn in his hand. At the end, he again passes it around counterclockwise before him, as a rite of exorcism, and sets it aside to be planted in spring. Then his aunts wash his head and bathe him. The following day he deposits prayer sticks at a Middleton T.E.P.O. Uliqui, where the rainbow bends over, a shrine to the gods of war, located in the canyon southwest of Zuni. The prayer is similar. V. Prayers and chants of the priests of the masked gods. I. The coming of K.AKLO. In former times the preliminary initiation of small children took place every 4th year. In these years the chief of the cult group in charge of the K.AKLO ritual received from the priests at the winter solstice a prayer stick commanding his participation. The ceremony is held in March or April. 8 days before the actual whipping of the children K.AKLO appears to announce the approaching ceremony and command those concerned to prepare for it. In each kiva he intones a long chant describing in great detail the mythological sanction of the coming ceremony. 1:16 After visiting all the kivas he departs. After 8 days he comes again. Again he visits each kiva, repeating his chant. At dawn he is ready to depart. As he leaves, the gods who perform the initiation ceremonies appear and enter the village. The following prayer is spoken by the impersonator of K.AKLO at some time during his preparations for his ceremony, probably at the moment of taking out the mask before his second appearance. This many are the days. Since the moon who is our mother. Yonder in the west a small thing. First became visible. When she reached maturity. Then the one who is my father. K.AKLO, P. Equine priest. Perpetuating his right had since the first beginning. Yonder from his perfect mountain. Made his road come forth. He made his road come hither. Into Itiwana his road entered. There, wherever the roads of his children come forth. He made his road enter. His words came forth. All the latter descending children of the corn priest. Desired the breath of their fathers. Priests of the masked gods. Since somehow it was not clear to which clan they belonged. K.AKLO, P. Equine priest, made his road come hither. To all the latter descending children of the corn priests, he came. In order that their children may have someone whom they call their second father. That they may have one whom they call their second mother. Now that they have sent for us. For this we have passed you on your roads. I have told off the sequence of your days. Anxiously awaiting your time. I have told off the sequence of your days. Seemingly now all the 8 days are past. It is the 9th night. Now all of us shall pass you on your roads. We shall pass a blessed night together. And tomorrow, when our son father has come forth standing to his sacred place. Throughout a blessed day. We shall come to evening. When our children into the corn priest's court have brought their roads. Our fathers. Priests of the masked gods. With their powerful weapons. For times will strike our young ones. In order that this may be. We have passed you on your roads. This is all. Thus with plain words. We have passed you on your road. Tomorrow. Our young ones. The plume wands of their fathers. Priests of the masked gods. They will fashion into human form. When to our fathers. Priests of the masked gods. We have given these plume wands. Then making their days. Keeping their sacred days. We shall pass our days. And so, our fathers. Your long life. Your old age. Your power. Your strong spirit. You will give to us. So that we may be people blessed in all things. Yonder toward the place of dawn. We shall give our fathers prayer meal. Anxiously waiting we shall pass our days. When all their days are at an end. With our clear water. We shall bind our children fast. So that their roads may reach to Dawn Lake. So that our young ones' roads may be fulfilled. Prayer of the impersonator of P. Ottawa. P. Ottawa is the Katsina chief at Katsina village. It is he who determines the order of masked rituals and dances, and sends forth masked beings to dance for his daylight children at Zuni. The great masked ceremonies are held expressly by his order. They can only be held when he commands them at the new year. In folklore he appears frequently in the role of the divine lover of mortal maidens. He appears 3 times annually at Zunitwijs during the winter solstice, and at the Mola Wia which closes the great masked festival of the late fall. He comes, therefore, at the beginning and end of the year. He is one of the most beautiful of all Zuni impersonations. The mask is turquoise blue, elaborately adorned with the most precious feathers, in particular the priceless tail feathers of the macaw. He is fully clothed in rich clothing, including 4 embroidered white cotton blankets and innumerable strings of the finest turquoise. His gait is slow and stately. He always goes sprinkling cornmeal before him. It is altogether an impersonation of the greatest splendor and solemnity. The winter solstice ceremonies and P. Ottawa's part in them are described on pages 535 and 908. After P. Ottawa has visited all the kivas he goes out toward the west. After undressing, at a point on the river, he is met by men of the Sun clan who escort him to the house of the house chief. Here are assembled all priests of the council, and members of the Dogwood clan. On entering, the impersonator of Pottawa offers a long prayer recounting the duties of his office and invoking a blessing on the people. The house chief replies, thanking him, and then asks him what he has seen in his rounds of the village. He then relates what omens have been observed in the 4 excavations. The following prayer recited when he enters the ceremonial room, was dictated by a member of the Dogwood clan. Now this many are the days, since there yet remained a little space, ere our son father stood close beside his left-hand sacred place. When our daylight father of the Dogwood clan, P. Equin, priest, for his fathers, the ones that first had being, K. Ito, we, Tcu Ito, we, Muito, we, Muito, we Liito, we, all the society priests. For them he counted up the days, when we had lived through the full number of his days. And when all the days were past, he thought of those said to be the bearers of messages to all the different directions, the forest beings, the brush beings, when for their sun father, their moon mother, our daylight children, had counted up the days. And when we come to the middle division of the days 117, our children, whoever of them thought to grow old, taking prayer meal, taking shell, taking corn pollen, yonder toward all directions, one by one they made their roads go forth, yonder finding those who have been granted domain, on all the mossy mountains, along the slopes of the mountains, in all the shady places, the forests, the brush, and at the feet of some lucky one, offering prayer meal, shell, corn pollen, among their slender fingertips, they looked about, breaking off the young green shoots of some lucky one, and drawing them toward him 118, even from where they abide quietly, holding their long life, holding their old age. He brought them hither. Now this many days, in our houses, with us, their children, they have stayed. Then, when all their days were past, with their warm human hands, they took firm hold of them. For their ancestors, their children, the ones who have attained the far-off place of waters 119. For their sun father, for their moon mother, for their need, we prepared plume wands, with the massed cloud robe, of the one who is our grandfather, male turkey, with eagle's thin cloud wing, and with the striped cloud wings, and massed cloud tails, of all the birds of summer, with these 4 times wrapping our plume wands, we gave them human form, with the flesh of our grandfather, giant yucca, even a roughly made cord, even a dirty cord, with this 4 times encircling the plume wands, we tied it about their bodies, With water-bringing hanging feathers. We made them into living beings. With the flesh of our two mothers. Black paint woman. Clay woman. We clothed our plume wands with flesh. Giving them flesh, we gave them human form. Then our two fathers. The ones who hold the high places, 120. Wrapping themselves in their elder brothers' plume wands. Their elder brothers' prayer feathers. Their elder brothers' shell beads. They became living beings. Holding all their world. Holding all their people fast. The two sat down quietly. Then while yet a little space remained. Ere our son father went in to sit down at his sacred place. Yonder from all directions. Our fathers, water birds. Equine priests. By means of their supernatural wisdom. Made their roads come in. 121. Having brought their roads hither. Thinking, let it be here. His father's massed cloud house he fashioned. Their mist blanket he spread out. Their life-giving road he fashioned. Their perfect spring he prepared. When all was ready our two fathers. The ones who hold the high places. And their house chiefs. Their equines. Their bow priests. All with their sacred possessions, 122. Made their roads come in. Perpetuating their right handed down since the first beginning. The two sat down quietly. Listening for this. All the society priests. Kept to their houses. 123. And to wherever they stayed in. Along a single road. The divine ones came to them. Sitting down quietly. Throughout a blessed night. With us, their children, they came today. Next day. Saying, let it be now. Our two fathers. The ones who hold the high places. Met their elder brothers, 124. Changing places with them. The divine ones sat down quietly. And counted the days for us. When all our days were passed in anticipation. And when we came to the middle division of the days. The ones who are our fathers. Those of the Dogwood clan. Desiring one another sat down in council. Among all our latter descending children. We looked about. Toward whoever was trustworthy. Our fathers, who once had been thus, 125. Bent their thoughts. Their thoughts following. The living ones chose me. To be the one to keep their prayers. Yonder from all sides. From wherever they abide permanently. The divine ones made their roads come forth. They made their roads come hither. Their roads went first. The others followed at their backs. Into my house. The divine ones made their road enter. After they had sat down quietly. We in the daylight. Met one another. The divine ones' prayers leading. Our words following. With prayer meal. We held one another fast. That I might be the one to represent our Father. Awulia, Ottawa 126. My daylight Father. He of the Dogwood clan who holds this right. For this with prayer meal. He held me fast. Now that this many days. Eagerly we have lived. Yesterday the appointed time arrived. When all my fathers. Passed me on my road. Yonder from all sides. The divine ones made their roads come forth. They made their roads come hither. Whenever it was that they first took hold of our plume wands. In the brush. The straight green shoots of some lucky one. Drawing toward them. They held them fast. Holding in our hands. Plume wands ordained for our two fathers. Awulia. Ottawa. Thus we came to evening. With the massed cloud robe. Of him who is our grandfather. Male turkey. With eagle's thin cloud wing. With the striped cloud wings. And massed cloud tails. Of all the birds of summer. With these 4 times wrapping our plume wands. We gave them human form. With the one who is our grandfather. Giant yucca. Even a roughly made thread. Even a dirty thread. With this 4 times encircling them. We tied it about their bodies. With our mothers. Black paint woman. Clay woman. With their flesh 4 times we clothed our plume wands all over with flesh. Putting flesh on our plume wands. We gave them human form. Then when yet a little space remained. Ere our son father went in. To sit down at his ancient place. For our 2 fathers. We made the bundle of wood. The bundle of sticks. The bundle of twigs, 127. That which is generally called the water terrace. Then perpetuating their right had since the first beginning. The 2 assumed human form. Holding all their world. Holding all their people fast. With us their children. They came today. When he who is our son father. Coming out standing to his ancient place. Passed us on our roads. Saying, let it be now. The divine ones leading. We following at their backs. Yonder to the south. With prayers we made our road go forth. Reaching the place. Whence my fathers make the world over anew, 128. Representing my father. Awulia P. Ottawa. I assumed his person. 129. Carrying his waters. His seeds. And carrying my father's perfect 130 plume wands. I made my road come hither. I offered my father's plume wands. Praying to know how the world would be. I offered my father's plume wands. Drawing my plume wands to them. How the days will be. They revealed to me. Knowing that. I prayed that throughout the country of the corn priests. Our earth mother might be wrapped. In 4 layers of green blanket. That the land might be full of moss. Full of flowers. Full of corn pollen. Sending forth prayers that it might be thus. I offered my father's plume wands. For times I made my road encircle. The land of the corn priests. Then yonder, wherever the water roads of my Kiva children come out. I laid down plume wands. Then far off to his own country. My father. Made his road go forth. Carrying my father's plume wands. Carrying his prayer meal. I made his road go forth. Far off at the place of the first beginning. Touching them with my plume wands. With all the others he will hold discourse. Our fathers will take hold of our plume wands. Then in that way. Their long life. Their old age. They will grant to us. That our roads may reach to where. The life-giving road of our son. Father comes out. That we may finish our roads. This they will grant us. This day in accordance with whatever you wished. Whatever you wished when you appointed me. I have fulfilled your thoughts. With thoughts in harmony. May we live together. For even while I call myself poor. Somewhere far off. Is one who is my father. Beseeching the breath of the Divine One. Awulia P. Ottawa. His life-giving breath. His breath of old age. His breath of waters. His breath of seeds. His breath of riches. His breath of fecundity. His breath of power. His breath of strong spirit. His breath of all good fortune whatsoever. Asking for his breath. And into my warm body drawing his breath. I add to your breath. That happily you may always live. To this end, my fathers. My children. May you be blessed with light. 6. Prayers and Chants of the Priests of the Masked Gods, 2. Prayers and Chants of the CA. LAKO Ceremonies. During the taboo period of the winter solstice ceremony, the priests select men who are to impersonate the priests of the masked gods during the coming year. They are notified of their appointment, and on the final day of the winter solstice are summoned to Hay, Wakiva to receive their staves of office, the feathered staves which the impersonator of P. Ottawa left there the night before. The men who are chosen must be known to be above reproach, men of pure heart and kindly disposition, who will not neglect any of the taboos attaching to their office and who will be diligent in their prayers. Their duties begin the evening of the day on which they receive their sticks of office. Every day at sunrise they must offer meal to the sun with prayers for their people. They must go out of the village toward the caste for their prayer. Many Zunis pray each morning, but on priests and impersonators of the gods this observance is obligatory. Every evening after dark they sacrifice food in the river to the west of the village. On their first evening following their appointment they start their nightly meetings with the trustees of their ritual to learn the long prayers and complicated rites connected with their office. These nightly meetings continue throughout the year until their days are fulfilled in November. The 10 Koyemsi meet in the house of their father, the impersonators of the priests of the masked gods Kula, Witsi Sayataka, Hututu. The 2 Yamahato meet in the house of the impersonator of Sayataka. The little boy Kula, Witsi and his ceremonial father are required to attend only the 4 nights following the planting at the new moon. The Ca. Lako impersonators meet formally only on these 4 nights each month, but hold informal meetings in between. The first prayer that is learned is the one that accompanies the monthly offerings of prayer sticks. At each full moon all the impersonators plant together at springs in the mountains south of Zuni. On these days they gather early in the morning in their ceremonial houses to make their prayer sticks. Long prayers are recited at the conclusion of their work, then after a feast they leave for the shrines, which lie to the south at a distance of 4 to 8 miles. The prayer sticks are deposited beside the spring in regular order, and long prayers are offered. The impersonators of Sayataka recite the prayer, the others joining in according to the extent of their knowledge. Toward sunset the party approaches the village, marching in regular order across the plains, singing songs of the masked dancers. Throughout the year each group of impersonators must work for the household which is to entertain them at the great public festival. From midsummer on every day is spent in labor for their hosts. They do all the work of the fields and build the new home in which the gods are to be received. On the morning of the 10th planting, which takes place early in October, the impersonators of Sayataka and Molenhakto receive from the priest the 2-day counts cotton strings containing 49 knots. 1 knot is untied each morning until the day of the great public ceremony. During this period there are plantings at intervals of 10 days at rock shrines to the southwest of the village. The public ceremonies start on the 40th day 131 with the arrival of the Koyemsi in the evening. They come masked, visiting each of the 4 plazas to announce the coming of the gods in 8 days. They then go into retreat in the house of their father, where they remain in seclusion, with the exception of appearances in the plaza, until the festival is concluded 15 days later. For days after the appearance of the Koyemsi the Sayataka party come in the evening and go into retreat in the house of the impersonator of Sayataka. On the same night the Ca. Lako impersonators go into retreat in their respective houses. On the 8th day there is another planting of prayer sticks with elaborate ceremonies at which the gods are summoned from the village of the masked gods. After they are clothed and masked they approach the village. The giant Ca. Lako gods wait on the south bank of the river but the priests of the masked gods Kula, Witsi, Sayataka, Hututu, 2 Yamuhakto, and 2 Salamopia enter the village in mid-afternoon. After planting prayer sticks in 6 excavations in the streets of the village they repair to the house where they are to be entertained for the night. This is always a new or at least a renovated house, and the visit of the gods is a blessing, a dedication. Prayer sticks are planted inside the threshold, formerly under the outside ladder, and in a decorated box suspended from the center of the ceiling. The walls of the house are marked with cornmeal. In all excavations in the center of the floor seeds of all kinds are deposited. Similar rites are performed later in the evening by the 6 Ca. Lako and the Koyemsi in the houses where they are to be entertained. After the blessing of the house the gods are seated by the equine, their masks raised. Reed cigarettes are brought and each god smokes with the person seated opposite him, exchanging with him the customary terms of relationship. Then the host, in the Sayataka house, the village chief serves as host, questions the gods concerning the circumstance of their coming. In the long recital that follows he reviews all the events leading up to the present moment, and invokes upon the house of the blessings of the gods, especially the blessing of fecundity. This litany chanted in unison by the 4 leaders, Kula, Witsi is not required to learn it, takes about 6 hours to perform. It is chanted in loud tones and very slowly in monotone, except for the last syllable of each line, which is higher in pitch, heavily accented, and prolonged. The chants of the Ca. Lako, which omit the recital of the 29 springs visited by the gods on their way to Zuni and curtail other portions, take from 1 to 2 hours to perform. All are finished at about 11 o'clock at night, when an elaborate feast is served in all the houses. After this all the masked personages dance until day in the house of their hosts. At the first sign of approaching dawn Sayataka ascends to the roof of the house where he has spent the night, and facing the east, unties the last knot in his counting string while he intones another prayer. Returning to the house, he repeats the prayer. He then thanks the members of the society choir who furnished the music during the night. The dancing continues until sunrise, when the heads of all impersonators are washed by the women of the house where they were entertained, as a symbol of their permanent association with these houses. At about noon, after planting prayer sticks and performing magical ceremonies in a field on the south of the river, the Ca. Lako gods and the Sayataka group depart for their home in the west. This closes their year, and the impersonators of the Sayataka group and the 6 Ca. Lako are now free after the exacting period of service. The Koyemsi, however, are not yet free. Throughout the year their duties have been heavier. They hold nightly meetings and participate in the monthly plantings of the other impersonators. Furthermore, at all of the dances of the summer series, 6 in all, lasting from 1 to 8 days, they must come out and play, observing all the usual taboos from the evening preceding the dance until the final departure. They may appear also in winter, and if they do must observe the same restrictions. If any extra dances are inserted into the calendar in the summer and fall, as frequently happens, the Koyemsi are required to attend. For 5 nights following the departure of the Ca. Lako gods, dancers from each of the 6 kivas are supposed to visit all the houses which have entertained the gods. Some of them dance in the plaza during the day. Throughout this period the Koyemsi remain in strict retreat in the house where they were entertained. At night they dance in their house, during the day they play in the plaza and attend any dancers who appear there. These are days of great festivity. On the 5th evening they eat early and sparingly, and from this time on food and drink are taboo until the following night. Speech also is forbidden them, nor may they appear unmasked. After they enter upon this period the character of their dancing changes, becoming more solemn. They do not indulge in their usual obscenity. On the following morning they come out early and are taken to be washed in the house of the village chief. Here the women give them gifts of food. On coming out, they are taken by men of their father's clans to the houses of their father's sisters. Here they receive gifts from all members of the father's clan. Each impersonator will receive as many as 30 slaughtered sheep, as many baskets of corn or wheat flour, bread, melons, and miscellaneous gifts of clothing, frequently of great value. The gifts are brought to the plaza, where they remain until night. Meanwhile the Koyemsi attend upon the various dancers until later at night. At nightfall the last of the dancers, the Malawiya, have departed. Then the Koyemsi, in pairs, visit every house in the village to invoke upon it the blessings of the gods. At each house they receive gifts of food from the female inhabitants. Returning to the plaza, they take their prayer sticks out to plant. They return to the house of their father late at night, and removing their masks for the first time all day give them to their father to return to the house where they are kept. When he comes back he thanks his children for their year of work and sets them free. Then for the first time since the preceding evening they drink, and after eating and bathing return to their homes. Their retreat, 15 days, is the longest in Zuni ritual. The following prayers are only a fragment of the whole ritual. In addition to those recorded, there are a long series of prayers spoken at the time of appointment to office, for making prayer sticks, for offering cornmeal to the sun, different in summer and winter, and food to the ancestors. For untying the knots of the day count, for each stage of dressing for the public ceremony, and for each offering of prayer sticks. In addition, the host and officials of the Katsina Society have many long prayers. Each of the 6 ca. Lako impersonations has a different chant, and that of the Koyemsi is again different. Prayer of the impersonators of the masked gods with monthly offering of prayer sticks. And now indeed it is so. At the new year, our fathers, for times, prepared their precious plume wands. With their plume wands they took hold of me. 132. This many days. Anxiously we have awaited our time. When the moon, who is our mother, yonder in the west, as a small thing appeared, 133. Carrying our father's precious plume wand. With our own poor plume wand. Fastened to our father's plume wand. At the place called since the first beginning. Snow hanging, or where snow hangs. To our fathers. Priests of the masked gods. Kula, Witsi, P. Equine priest. Sayataka, bow priest. Hututu, bow priest. Yamuhakto, bow priests. To all the masked gods. Our plume wands we gave. Where they were to receive their plume wands. All happily gathered together. There we passed them on their roads. This day. We shall give you plume wands. Keeping your days. Throughout the cycle of your months. Throughout the summer. Anxiously we shall await your time. Our fathers. Yonder toward the south. Wherever your roads come out. We have given you plume wands. When your springs were at an end. Our fathers. In their rain-filled room. Met together. The flesh of their mother, cotton woman. For times counting up. They gave their day counts human form. 134. Of our 2 fathers. Sayataka, bow priest. Molanhaktu, house chief. They had need. The 2 passed their fathers on their roads. With the flesh of their mother. Cotton woman. For times counted up, and given human form. With this they took hold of them. From where our fathers stay. Carrying the day count. They made their roads go forth. To their own houses. Their roads reached. A little later. Carrying their fathers' day count. With their plume wands fastened together. They made their roads go forth. Yonder we took our way. At the place called since the first beginning. Ayayak A, 135. Our fathers. Rain makers. Our fathers. Priests of the masked gods. Where they were all gathered together. We passed them on their roads. Giving them our fathers' plume wands. Giving them their day count. This many days. The days of their counting string. Anxiously we have awaited our time. When all their days were past. When their day count was at an end. Again we prepared plume wands. Carrying our plume wands. At the place called since the first beginning. Rock face. We passed our fathers on their roads. Meeting our fathers. We gave them plume wands. Keeping their days. Anxiously waiting. We passed our days. This many are the days. And when their days were at an end. Over there, following your springs. We gave you plume wands. When all your days are past. Our fathers. Priests of the masked gods. Bow priests of the masked gods. Kula, Witsi P, equine priest. Sayataka bow priest. Hututu Bao priest. Yamuhaktu Bao priests. Ca. Lako Bao priests. All the masked gods. There from your homes set with mountains. Bringing your waters. Bringing your seeds. Bringing all your good fortune. Our fathers. You will make your roads come forth. Yes, 136 now every one of us will come forth. Our fathers at Idiwana. We shall pass on their roads. Let no one be left behind. All the men. Those with snow upon their heads. With moss upon their faces. With bony knees. No longer upright, but bent over canes. Now all of us. Shall pass our fathers on their roads. And the women. With snow upon their heads. Even those who are with child. Carrying one on the back. With another on the cradle board. Leading one by the hand. With yet another going before. Even all of us. Shall pass you on your roads. Indeed, it is so. The thoughts of our fathers. Who at the new year. With their precious plume wands. Appointed us. Their thoughts we now fulfill. This is all. Thus with plain words we have passed you on your roads. Now we fulfill the thoughts of our fathers. Always with one thought. We shall live together. This is all. Thus with plain words we have passed you on your roads. For whatever our fathers desired. When at the new year. They sent forth their sacred words. We have now fulfilled their thoughts. To this end, my fathers. My mothers. My children. Always with one thought. May we live together. With your waters. Your seeds. Your riches. Your power. Your strong spirit. All your good fortune. With all this may you bless us. Sayataka's night chant. And now indeed it has come to pass. When the sun who is our father. Had yet a little ways to go to reach his left-hand altar 137. Our daylight father. P. Equine of the Dogwood clan. Desired the waters, the seeds. Of his fathers. Priests of the masked gods. Then our fathers 138. Sharing one another's desire, sat down together. In the rain-filled room. Of those that first came into being. 139. Yonder following all the springs. They sought those ordained to bring long life to man 140. Those that stand upright. But, like the waters of the world. Springing from one root, are joined together fast. 141. At the feet of some fortunate one. Offering prayer meal. Turquoise, corn pollen. Breaking the straight young shoots. With their warm human hands. They held them fast. Taking the massed cloud robe of their grandfather, Turkey man. Eagle's mist garment. The thin cloud wings and massed cloud tails. Of all the birds of summer. With these 4 times clothing their plume wands. They made the plume wands into living beings. With the flesh of their mother. Cotton woman. Even a thread badly made 142. A soiled cotton thread 143. 4 times encircling their wand they made their belts 144. With rain-bringing prayer feathers. They made them into living beings. With the flesh of their 2 mothers. Black paint woman. Clay woman. Clothing their plume wands with flesh. They made them into living beings. When they said, let it be now. The ones who are our fathers. Commissioned with prayers. The prayer wands that they had fashioned. When the sun who is our father. Had gone in to sit down at his ancient place 145. Then over toward the south. Whence the earth is clothed anew 146. Our father, K. Awulia P. Ottawa 147. Perpetuating what had been since the first beginning. Again assumed human form. 148. Carrying his feathers finished 149 plume wands. He made his road come hither. Wherever he thought, let it be here. Into his feathers rain-filled room. He made his road to enter. And when our son father had yet a little ways to go in to sit down at his ancient place. Yonder from all sides. Rain-bringing birds. 150. P. Equine, priest. From where he stays quietly. Made his road come forth. Making his road come hither. Into his feathers rain-filled room. He made his road to enter. With his wings. His feathers cloud house he fashioned. Their bed of mist. 151 he spread out. Their life-giving road. 152 is of meal he sent forth. Their precious spring. 153 he prepared. When all was ready. Our father, K-Awulia-P. Ottawa. Reaching his house chiefs. 154. His P. Equine. His bow priests. He made his road to go in. Following one road. Sitting down quietly. A blessed night. The divine ones. With us, their children, came today. Next day, when our son father had come out standing to his sacred place. 155. Saying, let it be now. Over there to the south. Whence the earth is clothed anew. Our father, K-Awulia-P. Ottawa. Perpetuating what had been since the first beginning. Again assumed human form. Carrying his waters. Carrying his seeds. Carrying his feathers precious plume wands. He made his road come forth. He made his road come hither. The country of the corn priests. For times he made his road encircled. 156. Yonder wherever all his Kiva children's rain-filled roads come out. 157. His precious plume wands. He laid down. Then turning he went back to his own country. My father picked up the prayer plume. And with the precious prayer plume. Me he appointed. 158. The moon, who is our mother. Yonder in the west waxed large. And when standing fully grown against the eastern sky. 159. She made her days. For my fathers. Rain-maker priests. Priests of the masked gods. I fashioned prayer plumes into living beings. My own common 160 prayer plume. I fastened to the precious prayer plume of my fathers. At the place since the first beginning called cotton hanging. I brought my father's 161 prayer plumes. Drawing my prayer plumes toward them. They spoke to those inside the place of our first beginning. 162. Yonder following all the springs. On all the mossy mountains. In all the wooded places. At the encircling ocean. With my prayer plumes. With my sacred meal. With my sacred words. They talked to those within. Winter. Summer. Through the cycle of the months. Though my prayer plumes were but poor ones. There toward the south. Wherever my father's roads come out. 163. I continued to give them prayer plumes. And when the cycle of months was at an end. My fathers 164 made their rain roads come in. To their fathers. Their mothers. Those that first came into being. Sharing one another's desire, they sat down together. With the flesh of their mother. Cotton woman. Even a cord badly made. A soiled cotton cord. With this 4 times. They made the day counts 165 into living beings. Saying, let it be now. They sent for me. I came to my fathers. Where they were waiting for me. With their day count. They took hold of me fast. Carrying their day count. I came back to my house. Saying, let it be now. And carrying the prayer plumes which I had prepared. Yonder to the south. With prayers, I made my road go forth. To the place ever since the first beginning called Ants Go In, 166. My road reached. There where my father's water-filled roads come out. I gave them plume wands. I gave them prayer feathers. There I ask for light for you. That you may finish your roads. That you may grow old. That you may have corn. That you may have beans. That you may have squash. That you may have wheat. That you may kill game. That you may be blessed with riches. For all this I asked. Then over toward the west 167. Where the road of my fathers comes in. I gave them plume wands. And now, when all of their days were past. Over toward the west. Where the gray mountain stands 168. And the blue mountain. Where rain always falls. Where seeds are renewed. Where life is renewed. Where no one ever falls down. 169. At the abiding place. Of those who are our children 170. There I met them on their roads. There where the one who is my father had prepared my seat. For times my father 171 sprinkled prayer meal on the crown of my head. For times he sprinkled prayer meal. And after he had sprinkled prayer meal on his reign seat. Following him. My prayer meal. For times I sprinkled. My father's reign seat. I stood beside. My father took hold of me. Presenting me to all the directions 172 he made me sit down. When I had sat down. My father took his grandson. Read youth. Within his body. He bored a hole going through him. For times drawing toward him his bag of native tobacco. Into the palm of his hand. He measured out the tobacco. Within his body. He placed mist point 173. He took his grandmother 174 by the hand. And made her sit down in the doorway point 175. Having made her sit in the doorway. For times inhaling, he drew the mist through. With the mist. He added to the hearts 176. Of the rainmaker priests of all directions. It is well. Praying that the rainmakers might not withhold their misty breath. With his prayers. He added to their hearts. He handed it to me. For times inhaling. Into my body. I made the mist pass through. Then with the mist. I added to the hearts of my fathers of all. The directions. When this was at an end. We greeted one another with terms of kinship. Father, 177. Son. Elder brother, younger brother, uncle, nephew, grandfather, grand. Son, ancestor, descendant. With this many words we greeted one another. When all this was at an end. My father questioned me. Yes, now indeed. You have passed us on our roads. Surely you will have something to say, some words that are not too long. Thus he spoke to me. Yes, indeed it is so. Back at the new year. All my fathers. Desiring something. With their precious prayer plume. Appointed me. Yonder toward the south. At all the places where the roads of the rainmakers come out. I have continued to offer you prayer plumes. Now that the cycle of your months is at an end. Now that the counted number of your days has been told off. Now that this many days. Anxiously we have awaited your day. Now this day. We have reached the appointed time. Now I have passed you on your roads. Thus I spoke to them. When I had spoken thus. Hurriedly, without delay. My father took hold of me. From the very soles of my feet. Even to the crown of my head. He clothed me all over with all things needful. When all this was at an end. Then also with that which is called my belt. His prayer meal. He covered my navel. with his bundle that covered it all over. He took hold of me. His bundle reached all around my body. When all this was at an end, then also the different kinds of seeds 4 times he placed over my navel. 178. All different kinds of seeds his bundle contained. The seeds of the yellow corn. The seeds of the blue corn. The seeds of the red corn. The seeds of the white corn. The seeds of the speckled corn. The seeds of the black corn. And also that by means of which you may have firm flesh. Namely, the seeds of the sweet corn. And also those which will be your sweet-tasting delicacies. Namely, all the clans of beans. The yellow beans. The blue beans. The red beans. The white beans. The spotted beans. The black beans. The large beans. The small beans. The little gray beans. The round beans. The string beans. Then also those that are called the ancient round things. 179. The striped squash. The crooked neck squash. The watermelons. The sweet melons. And also those which you will use to dip up your clear water. Namely, the gourds. And then also the seeds of the pinyon tree. The seeds of the juniper tree. The seeds of the oak tree. The seeds of the peach tree. The seeds of the blackwood shrub. The seeds of the first flowering shrub. The seeds of the carrot. Apule 180 shrub. The seeds of the large yucca. The seeds of the small yucca. The seeds of the branched cactus. The seeds of the brown cactus. The seeds of the small cactus. And then also the seeds of the wild grasses. The evil-smelling weeds. 181. The little grass. Tikukta. Kukutsi. Oko. Apitalu. Sutak a. Malalak a. P. Iculia. Small p. Iculia. Hamato. Metallic, o. And then also the seeds of those that stand in their doorways. 182. Namely the cattails. The tall flags. The water weeds. The watercress. The round-leafed weed. Across my navel. His bundle reached. And then also, the yellow clothing bundle 183 of the priest of the north. The blue clothing bundle of the priest of the west. The red clothing bundle of the priest of the south. The white clothing bundle of the priest of the east. The many-colored bundle of the priest of the above. The dark-colored bundle of the priest of the below. Across my navel. His bundle reached. When all this was at an end, my father spoke to me. Thus you will go. Your daylight fathers. Your daylight mothers. Your daylight children. You will pass on their roads. And wherever you come to rest, we shall come to you. 184. Assuredly none of us shall be left behind. All the men. Those with snow upon their heads. With moss on their faces. With skinny knees, no longer upright, and leaning on canes. Even all of these. And furthermore the women. Even those who are with child. Carrying one child on the back. Holding another on a cradle board. Leading one by the hand. With yet another going before. Even all of us. Our daylight fathers. Our daylight mothers. Our children. We shall pass on their roads. Thus my father said. Having spoken thus, he took hold of me. Presenting me to all the directions he made me arise. With his prayer meal. For times he sprinkled his water-filled ladder. After him. For times I sprinkled my prayer meal. Taking 4 steps. For times striding forward. Standing, I came out. Having come out standing. Yonder to all directions I looked. 185. I looked toward the north. I looked toward the west. I looked toward the south. I looked toward the east. Hither, toward the place of dawn. I saw 4 roads going side by side. Along the middle road. 4 times my prayer meal I sprinkled. There I made the sound of the water-filled breath of the priest of the north. 186. Taking 4 steps. 4 times striding forward. To the place known since the first beginning as Great Lake. 187. My road came. Where my father's road comes out. I stood in the doorway. That which formed my belt. My prayer meal. 4 times sprinkling inside. I opened their curtain of scum. 188. After that. 4 times sprinkling prayer meal inside. Standing I came in. When I came in standing. My father. 189. Hurrying without delay. Where he had prepared his rain seat. His prayer meal. 4 times he sprinkled. On the top of my head. His prayer meal. 4 times he sprinkled. After him. 4 times sprinkling my prayer meal. My father's rain seat. I stood beside. As I stood up beside it. My father took hold of me. Yonder to all the directions presenting me. He made me sit down. Having seated me. The one who is my father. Took the water bringing cigarettes which he had prepared. 4 times drawing it toward him. He took his grandmother by the hand. And made her sit down in the doorway. 4 times inhaling, he drew the mist through. With the mist. He added to the hearts of fathers. Rain-maker priests. Thus it is well. Around. In order that the rain-makers may not withhold their misty breath. With mist he added to their hearts. When all this was at an end. My father handed it to me. 4 times inhaling, I drew the mist through. Into my body drawing the misty breath. With the mist. I added to the hearts of my fathers. This is well. In order that the rain-makers may not withhold their misty breath. With mist I added to their hearts. When all this was at an end. We greeted one another with terms of kinship. Father. Son, elder brother, younger brother, uncle, nephew, grandfather, grandson, ancestor, descendant. With these words we greeted one another. When all this was at an end. My father questioned me. Yes, now at this time. You have passed us on our roads. Surely you will have something to say, some word that is not too long. If you let us know that. I shall know it for all time. Thus my father spoke. When he had spoken thus, I answered. Yes, indeed it is so. Yonder to the south. Following wherever your roads come out. I have been bringing you prayer sticks. I have been bringing you prayer feathers. Now this day. Having reached the appointed time. I have passed you on your roads. Is that so? With plain words you have come to us. We are clothed with your prayer sticks. We hold your prayer meal. With your prayer plumes in our hair we are sitting in here waiting. Here where we are just standing. Where we are just sitting on our haunches. You have come to us. When the Son who is our Father has yet a little ways to go. Before he goes in to sit down at his sacred place. Nearby your daylight fathers. Your daylight mothers. Your children. You will pass on their roads. Wherever you come to rest. All together we shall come to you. All the men. Those with snow upon their heads, with moss upon their faces. With skinny knees. No longer upright but leaning on canes. And the women. Even those who are with child. Carrying one upon the back. Holding another on the cradle board. Leading one by the hand. With yet another going before. Yes, with all of these. Your daylight fathers. Your daylight mothers. Your children. You will pass on their roads. And wherever you come to rest, we shall come to you. Thus my father spoke. When he had spoken thus, he took hold of me, yonder to all the directions. Presenting me, he made me arise. After he had made me arise, with his prayer meal, his water-filled ladder, he sprinkled. After him sprinkling my prayer meal, standing, I came out. 190. Coming out standing. Yonder to all directions I looked. I looked to the north. I looked to the west. I looked to the south. I looked to the east. Hither toward Itiwana 191 I saw 4 roads going side by side. Along the middle road, my prayer meal. 4 times I sprinkled before me. Then I made the sound of the rain-filled breath of the rain-maker priest of the below. Taking 4 steps. 4 times striding forward. Where descends the watery road. Of my daylight fathers 192. My daylight mothers. I stood. Then I consecrated 193 the place. Where my father's watery road descends. That none of his children might fall from the ladder 194. Having still 1 rung left to go. Having still 2 rungs left to go. Having still 3 rungs left to go. Having still 4 rungs left to go. In order that none of his children should fall down. I consecrated the place where his watery road descends. When all this was at an end. The one who is my father. On the crown of my head. 4 times sprinkled prayer meal. On his watery wood pile 195. 4 times he threw prayer meal upward. Then after him. My prayer meal. Sprinkling before me. Where my father's water-filled road ascends. I made my road ascend. The one who is my father. 4 times sprinkled prayer meal before him. After him. 4 times sprinkling prayer meal before me. Standing, I came in. As standing I came in. I could scarcely see all my father's. So full was his house. Then my father's rain-filled room. I rooted at the north 196. I rooted at the west. I rooted at the south. I rooted at the east. I rooted above. Then in the middle of my father's roof 197. With 2 plume wands joined together. I consecrated his roof. This is well. In order that my father's offspring may increase. I consecrated the center of his roof. And then also, the center of my father's floor. With seeds of all kinds. I consecrated the center of his floor. 198. This is well. In order that my father's 4th room may be bursting with corn. That even in his doorway. The shelled corn may be scattered before the door. The beans may be scattered before the door. That his house may be full of little boys. And little girls. And people grown to maturity. That in his house. Children may jostle one another in the doorway. In order that it may be thus. I have consecrated the rain-filled room. Of my daylight father. My daylight mother. When all this was at an end. The one who is my father 199. 4 times sprinkled prayer meal. Where he had prepared my seat. Following him. 4 times sprinkling prayer meal before me. Where my father had prepared my seat. I stood beside it. My father took hold of me. Presenting me to all the directions, he made me sit down. After my father had seated me. The rain-invoking cigarette which he had prepared. My father drew toward him. He took his grandmother by the hand. And made her sit in the doorway. Having seated her in the doorway. 4 times inhaling he made the mist pass through. Into his body. He drew the misty breath. With the mist he added to the hearts of his fathers. This is well. That the rain-makers may not withhold their misty breath. With mist. He added to the hearts of his fathers. He handed it to me. For times inhaling I made the mist pass through. Into my warm body. I drew the misty breath. With mist I added to the hearts of my fathers. This is well. That the rainmakers may not withhold their misty breath. With mist I added to their hearts. When all this was at an end, we greeted one another with terms of kinship. Father, son, elder brother, younger brother, uncle, nephew, grandfather, grandson, ancestor, descendant. With this many words we greeted one another. When all this was at an end, my daylight father questioned me, 200. Yes, now indeed. You have passed us on our roads. The one whom all our fathers, desiring something, appointed at the new year. Yonder to the south, wherever emerged the precious roads of our fathers. Rainmaker priests. Rainmaker equins. Rainmaker bow priests. With your prayer plumes poorly made though they were. You have asked for light for us. Now this day, the appointed time has come. Thus my father said to me. Now our fathers. Kula, Witsi, P. Equine priest 201. Sayataka, bow priest 202. Hututu, bow priest. The two Yamuhakto, bow priests. Perpetuating their right. Have once more assumed human form. Their seeds. Their riches. Their fecundity. The seeds of the yellow corn. The seeds of the blue corn. The seeds of the red corn. The seeds of the white corn. The seeds of the speckled corn. The seeds of the black corn. The seeds of the sweet corn. All the clans of beans. All the ancient round things. The seeds of all the different trees. The seeds of all the wild weeds. I carry over my navel. Those which we brought. These seeds we now leave here. In the rain-filled rooms. Of our daylight fathers. Our daylight mothers. When in the spring. Your earth mother is enriched with living waters. Then in all your water-filled fields. These, with which you will renew yourselves. Your mothers. All the different kinds of corn. Within your earth mother. You will lay down. With our earth mother's living waters. They will once more become living beings. Into the daylight of our sun father. They will come out standing. They will stand holding out their hand to all the directions. Calling for water. And from somewhere. Our fathers with their fresh water. Will come to them. Their fresh waters. They will drink in. They will clasp their children in their arms. Their young will finish their roads. Into your house. You will bring them. To be your beloved ones. In order that you may live thus. In the rain-filled rooms. Of our daylight fathers. Our daylight mothers. Our daylight children. The seeds which we brought tied about our waists. We leave here now. This is well. That going but a little ways from their house. Our fathers may meet their children, 203. That going about, as they say. With your water-filled breath. You may meet, antelope. Mountain goats. Does. Bucks. Jack-rabbits. Cottontails. Wood rats. Small game even little bugs. So that thus going out from your houses. With the flesh of these. You may satisfy your hunger. This is well. In order that my daylight fathers' rain-filled rooms. May be filled with all kinds of clothing. That their house may have a heart, 204. That even in his doorway. The shelled corn may be spilled before his door. That beans may be spilled before his door. That wheat may be spilled outside the door. That the house may be full of little boys. And little girls. And men and women grown to maturity. That in his house. Children may jostle one another in the doorway. In order that it may be thus. With two plume wands joined together. I have consecrated the center of his roof. Praying for whatever you wished. Through the winter. Through the summer. Throughout the cycle of the months. I have prayed for light for you. Now this day. I have fulfilled their thoughts. Perpetuating the right of our father. Sayataka, bow priest. And giving him human form 205. I have passed you on your roads. My divine father's life giving 206 breath. His breath of old age. His breath of waters. His breath of seeds. His breath of riches. His breath of fecundity 207. His breath of power. His breath of strong spirit. His breath of all good fortune whatsoever. Asking for his breath. And into my warm body. Drawing his breath. I add to your breath now. Let no one despise the breath of his fathers. But into your bodies. Draw their breath. That yonder to where the road of our son father comes out. Your roads may reach. That clasping hands. Holding one another fast. You may finish your roads. To this end, I add to your breath now. Verily, so long as we enjoy the light of day. May we greet one another with love. 208. Verily, so long as we enjoy the light of day. May we wish one another well. Verily may we pray for one another. To this end, my fathers. My mothers. My children. May you be blessed with light. May your roads be fulfilled. May you grow old. May you be blessed in the chase. To where the life-giving road of your son father comes out. May your roads reach. May your roads all be fulfilled. Sayataka's morning chant. And now indeed it has come to pass. This past day. I stood beside the water-filled ladder. Of my daylight fathers. My daylight mothers. My daylight children. We who had stood there. In the rain-filled room. Of our daylight fathers. Staying quietly we came today. Now our dawn fathers 209. Dawn old men. Dawn youths. Dawn boys. Dawn old women. Dawn matrons. Dawn maidens. Dawn girls. Rising, standing at their sacred place. Have come to meet us now. My children 210. They're in the rain-filled rooms. Of your daylight fathers. Your daylight mothers. You have stayed throughout the night. Finally, my children. Make haste now. Get ready now. Yesterday our daylight fathers 211. Whoever of them wished to grow old. Working on plume wands came to evening. Working on prayer feathers they came to evening. And furthermore our mothers 212. Whoever of them wished to grow old. In order to add to the hearts of their ancestors. Their children 213. Sitting weary by the fireplaces. They came to evening. With aching knees. With sweat running down their faces. With burned fingers. Sitting wearily they came to evening. And whoever else wished to grow old. Preparing prayer meal 214. They gave it to us. Taking only that. The plume wands they gave us. The food 215 which they cooked for us, and gave us to take along. Taking only that. We shall make our roads descend. 216. With the song cycles of our fathers 217 yonder. Life-giving priests. Life-giving equins. Life-giving bow priests. We danced the night away. Now at last, my children. Hasten now. Get ready now. At the new year. All my fathers. With their precious plume wand. Appointed me. There to the south. Following where come out the Roads of my fathers. Rainmakers, priests. Even with my own poorly made plume wands, I continued to give my fathers plume wands. And when all the cycle of their months was at an end, at the place called since the first beginning Iayak A218, meeting my fathers, I gave them plume wands. Their day count having been counted up. There to the west, where my father's road comes in, I continued to give them plume wands. When all these days were past, the one who is my father took hold of me, where he had laid a seat. For times he sprinkled prayer meal upon it, the top of my head. For times he sprinkled, where his seat was laid. He took hold of me, presenting me to all the directions. He made me sit down, taking his grandson, reed youth, within his body. For times he bored a hole going through. For times drawing toward him his bag of native tobacco. He put his hand into the palm of his hand. For times he measured out tobacco into his body. For times he stuffed the mist. He took his grandmother by the hand. For times inhaling he drew the mist through into his body. He drew the misty breath yonder on all sides. With mist he added to the hearts of his fathers. He handed it to me. For times inhaling I made the mist pass through into my body. I drew the mist yonder on all sides. With mist I added to the hearts of my fathers. This is well, that the rainmakers may not withhold their misty breath. With mist I added to their hearts. When all this was at an end, then we greeted one another with terms of kinship. Father, son, elder brother, younger brother, uncle, nephew, grandfather, grandson, ancestor, descendant. With this many words we greeted one another. When all this was at an end, my father questioned me. Indeed now it seems you will have something to say, some word that is not too long. So finally, if you let me know it, I shall know it for all time. Thus my father spoke. Yes indeed it is so. There to the south, following where my father's watery roads come forth, I have been asking for light for you. Yesterday we reached the appointed time, perpetuating the right of the one who is our father. Sayataka, bow priest. And once more giving him human form, I came out standing. I looked to the north. I looked to the west. I looked to the south. I looked to the east. Hither, toward the place of dawn. I saw 4 road going side by side. Along the middle road. For times I sprinkled prayer meal. Then I made the sound of the water-filled breath of the rain-maker priest of the north. Taking 4 steps. For times striding forward. The water-filled woodpile of my daylight father. I stood beside my father. For times sprinkled my head with prayer meal. His rain-filled woodpile he sprinkled with meal. After him, I sprinkled my prayer meal on it. This night, the thoughts of all my fathers, whatever they wished, when they appointed me with their precious plume wand, I have fulfilled. The breath of my father, Sayataka, bow priest. His life-giving breath. His breath of old age. His breath of waters. His breath of fecundity. His breath of seeds. His breath of riches. His breath of power. His breath of strong spirit. His breath of all good fortune whatsoever. Asking for his breath. And into my body. Drawing his breath. I add to your breath now. And furthermore, the yellow clothing bundle of the priest of the north. The blue clothing bundle of the priest of the west. The red clothing bundle of the priest of the south. The white clothing bundle of the priest of the east. The many-colored clothing bundle of the priest of the above. The dark-colored clothing bundle of the priest of the below. All kinds of good fortune whatsoever. Asking for the breath of these. And into my warm body. Inhaling their breath. I add to your breath. To this end, my children. May you be blessed with light. May your roads be fulfilled. May you grow old. Yonder to where the road of your son father comes out. May your roads reach. Together may your roads be fulfilled. Night chant of Hek apa, qui ca, lako. Host, 219 Father. Ca, Lako, Son. Host, Elder Brother. Ca, Lako, Younger Brother. Host, Uncle. Ca, Lako, Nephew. Host, Grandfather. Ca, Lako, Grandson. Host, Great-Grandfather. Ca, Lako, Great-Grandson. Host. This night. The ones who are our fathers. Masked God priests. All the masked gods. At their precious mountain. Their precious lake. Perpetuating what has been since the first beginning. Have assumed human form. Carrying your waters. Carrying your seeds. Making your roads come forth. Making your roads come hither. You have passed us on our roads. This night. We see you. From the soles of your feet. Even to the crowns of your heads. Clothed in all fine things. You have passed us on our roads. Looking at you. We know you have passed us on our roads. Surely because you have something to say, some word that is not too long. You have passed us on our roads. If you let us know that. Thinking of that, we shall always live. Is it not so? Guests, it is so. Ca, Lako. Now, indeed, it has come to pass. At the new year. All my fathers 220. Prepared precious plume wands. When they were ready. With sacred words. They commissioned them. When our son father. Had gone in to sit down at his ancient place. After a blessed night. They came today. Next day. When our son father. Coming out standing to his ancient place. Passed us on our roads. Then our fathers. For times drew toward them. The plume wands commissioned with their prayers. The one who is our father. K. Awulia P. Ottawa. With their plume wands. For times they held fast. Saying, let it be now. Carrying his father's plume wands. He made his road come forth. Over to the south. He made his road go. Thinking, let it be here. Perpetuating what has been since the first beginning. Once more he assumed human form. Carrying his father's plume wands. He made his road come forth. Into Itiwana. He made his road enter. For times he made his road go round. Then into Itiwana. He made his road enter. Wherever his children's roads come out 221. His precious plume wands. He laid down. After he had laid them down. To his own country. He made his road go forth. Then our fathers 222. Drawing toward them their plume wands. To their own houses. Made their roads return. Now this many days. Eagerly they have awaited the time. Among all their latter descending children 223. They looked about. And though we were ignorant. They sent for us 224. Then those who are our fathers. Passed us on their roads. When they passed us on their roads. Our fathers drew toward them. Their father's plume wand. Drawing it toward them. They handed it to us. That we might be the ones to impersonate our father. Ca, Lako, bow priest. For this with their plume wand. They held us fast. Carrying their plume wand. We made our roads come forth. To our houses. Our roads reached. This many are the days. We have eagerly awaited the time. When the moon who is our mother. Yonder in the west. Had grown to maturity. 225. Carrying our father's precious 226 plume wand. To which we had fastened our own common 227 plume wand. Carrying these plume wands. Yonder to the south. We made our roads go. At the place called since the first beginning. Snow hanging. We met our fathers on their roads. Where their watery roads come forth 228. We stood in the doorway. There we gave our fathers plume wands. We gave them prayer feathers. We gave them rain-bringing cigarettes. We gave them prayer meal. Making their days. Throughout the sequence of their months. Eagerly we awaited our time. Whenever the time came. Yonder to the south. Throughout the sequence of the months of summer. Wherever the roads of our fathers come out. We gave them plume wands. When all their springs were at an end. Our fathers. For that which was soon to be. Met all together in their water-filled room. With the flesh of their mother. Cotton woman. Even a roughly made cotton thread. A soiled cotton thread. And with beads. Even if only a single bead. Borrowed somewheres from among all the village branches, 229. And with the pollen of their fathers. Their mothers. Their children. The different kinds of corn. And with turquoise. Keeping it in their hearts. They gave their day count human form. Then our fathers. Sayataka, Bao priest. Molanhakto, 230 house chief priest. Passed their fathers on their road. The day count to which they had given human form. For times drawing toward them. With their day count. They took firm hold of their fathers. Carrying the day count. They made their roads come forth. To their houses. Their roads reached. Saying, let it be now. Carrying the plume wands which they had prepared. Carrying their fathers' day count. They made their roads go forth. There to the south. We made our roads go. At the place called since the first beginning. Ants go, in 231. We passed our fathers on their roads. There we gave them our fathers' plume wands. There with our fathers' day count. We counted the sequence of the days. This many days. Anxiously we have awaited the time. Yonder to the west 232. We gave our fathers plume wands. When the number of their days was at an end. For that which was soon to be. We again prepared plume wands. When our plume wands were ready. There to the west. At the place called since the first beginning. Village of the masked gods, 233. Where the grey mountain stands. And the blue mountain. Where their altar stands above. Where their altar lies beneath. Where our fathers abide. We met them on their roads. Where their water-filled doorway opens outward. We stood in the doorway. There where our fathers' road comes out. At their water-filled woodpile. For times we sprinkled prayer meal inside. For times stepping down. Standing we came in. Coming in standing. There our fathers. Our ancestors, reign old men. We passed on their roads. Our ancestors, reign old women. We passed on their roads. We saw them. Not one of them was missing. At the blessed place where they were all gathered together. We saw them. Then with our prayer meal. For times we sprinkled the tops of their heads. This we did to all. When this was at an end. The one who is our Father. Overhearing us. Prepared rain seats for us. His prayer meal. For times he sprinkled upon us. Following him. Our Father's rain seats. We stood beside. Then the one who is our Father took hold of us. Presenting us to all the directions he made us sit down. We sat quietly. We waited for his words. Our Father 4 times drew toward him the rain cigarette which he had prepared. Taking his grandmother by the hand, he made her sit in the doorway. 4 times the mist passed through. With the mist, we added to the hearts of our fathers, our beloved ones of all the directions, asking for the waters of our fathers of all the directions. When all this was at an end, into our bodies we drew the misty breath, drawing in our breath. With the terms of kinship, we greeted one another. Father, son, elder brother, younger brother, uncle, nephew, grandfather, grandson, great-grandfather, great-grandson. Thus we greeted one another. When all this was at an end, the one who is my Father questioned me. Yes, now, even now, you have passed us on our roads. Surely because of some words of our fathers, spoken at the new year. Because of some words of importance, some word that is not too long. You have passed us on our roads. So finally, if you let us know that, thinking always of that, we shall pass our days. Thus our Father spoke to us, did he not? 2:34. Even so. Yes, indeed it is true. This many days. Throughout the winter. Throughout the summer. There to the south. We brought you plume wands. Wherever your roads come out. Though our plume wands were but poorly made. We brought you plume wands. We brought you prayer feathers. We brought you rain cigarettes. When all this was at an end. Now for that which is soon to be. We have passed you on your roads. Thus we said to our Father, did we not? Even so. When we had spoken thus, our Father spoke. Indeed, these are your days. Now that we have remembered your days, you have come to us, my 2 children. Saying this, our Father took hold of us, from the soles of our feet to the crowns of our heads, clothing us with all things needful. He made us ready. When he had made us ready 4 times, with our cover of thin clouds 2:35 he fitted us. When he had reached the end, he spoke. This is all. With plain words. You have passed us on our road. When our son Father has gone in to sit down at his ancient place. And when our night fathers, our mothers, over their ancient place, have raised their dark curtain. All together. Our daylight fathers, our mothers, our children, we shall pass on their roads. Thus our Father spoke to us. Did he not? Even so. Yonder, our daylight fathers, our children, all of us shall pass on their roads. Thus our Father said to us. Now that we 4 times have gone ahead. Our fathers, even those with snow upon their heads, with moss upon their faces, no longer upright but leaning on canes, even all of them, will pass us on our roads. And furthermore the women, even those who are with child, holding another on the cradle, with another going before, leading one by the hand, even all of them, will come out to meet their fathers, their mothers, their children. Thus speaking to us, our Father took hold of us, presenting us to all the directions. He made us arise. On our heads. 4 times he sprinkled prayer meal. On his rain-filled woodpile. He sprinkled prayer meal for us. After him, we sprinkled our prayer meal. Then the one who is our Father, his water-filled woodpile, he sprinkled for us. 4 times sprinkling prayer meal going out. Stepping up 4 times. We came out standing. Yonder toward a directions we looked. Hither toward Halona Itiwana 236. We saw 4 roads going side by side. Along the middle path sprinkling prayer meal before us. Hither we took our way. At the places 237 called since the first beginning. Great Lake. Hanlapinkia. Cliff House. Last Spring. Middle Spring. Watercress Spring. Kalawizi's House. The other Watercress Spring. Dripping Spring. Bending Grass. Ashes Spring. Cattail Spring. Rainbow Spring. Ca. Laco Place. Snow Hanging. Rock Wedge. Painted Rock. Poisonweed Spring. Mesa Wall Spring. Talaknana. Evil Smelling Water. Sack of Flour Hanging. Bluebird Place. Where Ants Go In. White Rock Sitting. Where the Masked Dancers Come Out. Sulphur Spring. Otherwise called Hepatina. At all these places, we passed our fathers on their roads. Wherever their rain-filled door was open outward. Where their roads come out. For times we gave them prayer meal. Yonder toward all directions we looked. Hither, toward Halona Itiwana. Our daylight fathers' fourfold road we saw. And now, at last, it seems. Here we shall take our road. Thus we said to one another. Along the middle road 4 times sprinkling prayer meal before us. Hither we took our way. Our daylight fathers. Our daylight mothers' watery roads coming out. We saw. Sprinkling prayer meal. Where come forth the watery roads. Of our daylight fathers. We sat down in the doorway 238. 4 times rising. We came in. The water-filled room of our daylight fathers. Our daylight mothers. Our daylight children. 4 times we rooted all about, 239. The north route. The west route. The south route. The east route. The upper route. The lower route. This we brought to an end. When this was at an end, 240. Our daylight father. To where his reign seat had been spread. 4 times he threw out prayer meal. Our daylight father took hold of us. Presenting us to all directions. He made us sit down. We sat down quietly. We waited for his words. Our daylight father. 4 times drew toward him his water roll. Taking his grandmother by the hand. He made her sit in the doorway. 4 times into his body. He drew the mist. With mist he added to the hearts of his fathers. That so long as we enjoy the light of day we may greet one another as kindred. We now greeted one another. Fathers 241. Sons. Elder brother, younger brother, uncle, nephew, grandfather, grandson. Great-grandfather, great-grandson. With this many words we greeted one another. Then we made an end of this. Now that this is at an end. The ones who are our fathers. From their abodes set with mountains. Set with lakes. Making their roads come forth. Making their roads come hither. They have passed you on your roads. This night. Bringing a their good fortune. They have passed you on your roads. Their seeds of corn, the yellow ones. The blue ones. The red ones. The white ones. The speckled ones. The black ones. The sweet corn seeds. All the different clans of beans. The yellow beans. The blue beans. The red beans. The white beans. The many-colored beans. The black beans. The string beans. The small beans. The little spotted beans. All the different tiny beans. With all these seeds bundled about our waists. We have passed you on your roads. And then also the seeds of all the forest trees. The seeds of the pinyon tree. The seeds of the oak tree. The seeds of the first flowering shrub. The seeds of all the small shrubs. And then all the ancient round ones. The striped squash. The crooked neck squash. The watermelons. The sweet melons. The gourds. The seeds of the large yucca. The seeds of the small yucca. The seeds of the cactus. All of these. With these tied about our waists. Provided with this bundle over our navels. We have passed you on your roads. For you we leave these seeds. This is all. Thus with plain words. We have passed you on your roads. Here for you we leave these seeds. When in the spring. Your earth mother is wet. In your earth mother. You will bury these seeds. Carefully they will bring forth their young. Bringing them back. Toward this your thoughts will bend. And henceforth, as kindred. Talking kindly to one another. We shall always live. 242. And now indeed it has come to pass. The thoughts of our fathers. Who at the new year. With precious plume wands appointed us. Their thoughts we now have fulfilled. Always with one thought. We shall live. This is all. Thus with plain words. We have passed you on your roads. This our Father's waters. His seeds. His riches. His power. His strong spirit. All his good fortune whatsoever. We shall give to you. To the end, my fathers. My children. Verily, so long as we enjoy the light of day. We shall greet one another as kindred. Verily, we shall pray that our roads may be fulfilled. To where your son father's road comes out. May your roads reach. May your roads be fulfilled. Washing the head of Ca. Impersonator. The female head of the house washes the head of the Ca. Impersonator at the close of the all-night ceremonies, at about 8 o'clock in the morning. The other women present sprinkle water on his head. This day. My two children. 243. With our clear water. We shall hold you fast. My child. In order that your road may be fulfilled. Reaching yonder to where the road of our son father comes out. For this with our clear water. We hold you fast. Somehow because of the thoughts of our fathers. The ones who appointed you with their plume wand. Throughout the winter. Throughout the summer. Yonder to the south. Wherever the roads of our fathers come out. With your plume wands. You have asked continually for life for us. This day. You have fulfilled their thoughts. With our waters. We hold you fast. Our child. Always talking together kindly. So long as we still can see one another. That thus our roads may be fulfilled. For this, with our waters. We have bound you fast. The thoughts of your fathers. You have fulfilled. Do not forget your house. Here in your own house. You will go about happily. Always talking together kindly. We shall pass our days. Our child. Your road will be fulfilled. Your road will reach all the way to Dawn Lake. May your road be fulfilled. May you grow old. May you be blessed with life. Washing, the Koyemsi. The Koyemsi are actually bathed in the house of the priests, and each receives a gift of food from each of the women who participate in the ceremony, the wives and daughters of priests of the council. Later at the houses of their Chants, they are also washed. Here the rite is entirely symbolic. Cornmeal is sprinkled on the head and gifts are presented. This, too, is called washing. Ritual washing of the head is always the function of the paternal aunt. The wives of the priests. This day, my fathers. Emolenhakto, priests. You have passed us on our roads. With our clear water, we hold you fast. My children, may your roads reach to Dawn Lake. May your roads be fulfilled. May you grow old. In order that you may grow old. With our clear water, we have bound you fast. In the ancestral house of his father, meal is sprinkled on his head by his paternal aunt and all the women of his father's clan with the following prayer. The two women's prayers are characteristically brief. My father, this day, with our clear water, we have held you fast. May your road reach to Dawn Lake. May your road be fulfilled. May you grow old. His father's brother hands him a bundle of prayer sticks made for him by male members of the clan. The uncle. This many are the days since our fathers, priests of the masked gods, Kula, Witsi, P, Equin, priest. Sayataka, bow priest. Hututu, bow priest. Yamahaktu, bow priests. Ca, Lako, bow priests. All the masked gods made their roads come hither. Wherever perfect plume wands had been left for them, they made their roads ascend. Sitting down quietly they came today. Next day, laying down all their gifts, their seeds, their riches, all that they had brought tied about their waists. Back to their own country, they took their way, leaving their children 244 to stay quietly. They took their way. And wherever plume wands had been left for them, their children, with their words issuing forth, with their sighing breath, stayed in our houses, all their days being passed. This day, for the one who is our father, Molan Hakto, we have prepared plume wands. Our children, whoever of them wished to grow old, upon the plume wands which they had prepared, breathed their sacred words. Here to our house. With these we pass you on your road. This day with these our plume wands, we hold you fast. With these plume wands, we hold one another fast. Whenever our Father, saying let it be now, makes his road go forth, then also reinforcing with your words the prayers which we have laid upon our plume wands. To our fathers, you will give the plume wands. Our Father's day has been made, their waters eagerly awaiting. We pass our days. My child, verily at the new year, our fathers appointed you with their plume wand, the perfect plume wand which they had prepared. This many days, anxiously awaiting your time. We have passed our days. Throughout the cycle of our Father's months. Throughout the summer. Yonder toward the south. Wherever the roads of our fathers come forth. Even with your poorly made plume wands. You have been asking for life for us. Now this day, we have reached the appointed time. Holding this plume wand, anxiously you will pass the day. When our son Father has gone in to sit down at his sacred place, saying, let it be now. You will make your Father's road go forth. Then again reinforcing with your own words the prayers which we have laid upon these plume wands. To your fathers, give these plume wands. With them you shall ask for life for us. The Koyemsi takes the prayer sticks and thanks the giver, invoking on those present all the blessings of the gods. The prayer sticks are planted with his own at night. Dismissal of the Koyemsi. The Koyemsi remain all day in the plaza in attendance on the various sets of dancers. At nightfall the last of the dancers, the Malawiya, have departed. Then the Koyemsi in pairs visit every house in the village, to invoke upon it the blessings of the gods. At each house they receive gifts of food from the female inhabitants. Returning to the plaza, they take their prayer sticks out to plant. They return to the house of their father late at night, and removing their masks for the first time all day give them to their father to return to the house where they are kept. When he comes back, he thanks his children for their year of work, and sets them free. Then, for the first time since the preceding evening, they drink, and after eating and bathing, return to their homes. Their retreat, 15 days, is the longest in Zuni ritual. The following is the prayer of the father of the Koyemsi, setting them free. This many are the days. My children. Since with their plume wand they appointed us. Throughout the winter. And the summer. Anxiously we have awaited our time. Hither toward the south. We have given our fathers plume wands. For all our latter descending children. We have been asking for life. Now we have reached the appointed time. This night. We have fulfilled the thoughts of our fathers. Always with one thought. We shall live. My children. This night. Your children. Your families. Happily you will pass on their roads. Happily we shall always live. Even though we say we have fulfilled their thoughts. No, indeed. Anxiously awaiting until we shall again come to our appointed time. We shall live henceforth. My children. Thus I have finished my words for you. To this end, my children. May you now go happily to your children. Asking for life from my fathers. Yonder on all sides. Asking for my fathers' life-giving breath. Their breath of old age. And into my warm body. Drawing their breath. I add to your breath. To this end, my children. May your roads be fulfilled. May you grow old. May you be blessed with life. 7. Prayers of the Medicine Cult. The Great Fire Society chief sets up his altar. The Great Fire Society convenes for the first time in November at the full moon. Before sunset the male members assemble at their ceremonial house. The women bring food to the house and leave their sacred corn fetishes to be placed on the altar. The tablet altar has been set up against the west wall of the room. At sunset the choir begins to sing very softly a set of 8 songs known as, For Pouring in the Water. At the beginning of the 4th song 2 men go out to offer food in the river. The society Pequin rises and makes the meal painting and sets up the corn fetishes. At the 5th song the society chief takes the bowl for the medicine water, at the 6th he mixes the medicine, at the 7th he puts in sacred colored pebbles, during the 8th he smokes the altar. The following prayer is spoken in a low voice by the society chief while performing these rites. The procedure is followed whenever the society altar is set up. It is followed by a rite of exorcism which leads into the main body of the ceremony. It is about the same for all societies. The peculiar style of the following prayer may be due to the fact that it is accompanied by song. This many are the days. Since our moon mother. Yonder in the west. As a small thing became visible. Now yonder in the west. Standing fully grown against the sky. She makes her days. Our spring children, 245. Whoever wished to grow old. Carrying prayer meal. Carrying shells. Yonder, with prayers. One by one they made their roads go forth. Yonder they met those. Who since the first beginning. Have been given the world, 246. The forests. The brush. At the feet of some lucky one. Offering prayer meal. Shell. Among their fingertips. They looked about. Breaking off the young shoots. Of some fortunate one. And drawing them toward them. These very ones who stayed there quietly. Bearing their long life. Bearing their old age. He brought back. Into the rain-filled rooms. Of his daylight fathers, 247. His mothers. His children. He made their roads come in. This many days the divine 248. Have remained with us their children. Now this very day. For the right of our fathers. Beast priests, 249. We have prepared plume wands. When yet a little space remained. Ere our son father went in to sit down at his sacred place 250. Coming to my earth mother, have I offered plume wands to my fathers, and returned to my house. Then yonder from all sides, those who are my fathers, the divine ones 251, with none among them lacking, will make their roads come forth. Hither they will come. Then having made my fathers mast cloud house 252, having spread out their mist blanket, having sent forth their life-giving road, having laid down their rainbow bow, having laid down their lightning arrow, I shall sit down quietly. I shall set down my white shell bowl. 253. Then from afar on all sides, you, my fathers, will come. Yonder from the north, the rainmaker priests 254, bringing their waters, will make their roads come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times they will make their road come in. Yonder from the west, the rainmaker priests, bringing their waters, will make their roads come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times they will make their road come in. Yonder from the south, the rainmaker priests, bringing their waters, will make their roads come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times they will make their road come in. Yonder from the east, the rainmaker priests, bringing their waters, will make their roads come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times they will make their roads come in. Yonder from the above, the rainmaker priests, bringing their waters, will make their roads come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times they will make their roads come in. Yonder from below, the rainmaker priests, bringing their waters, will make their roads come in. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times they will make their roads come in. When you have all sat down quietly, our young ones 255 will refresh themselves with your waters. Then to dawn lake reaching, their roads will be fulfilled. And furthermore, yonder in the north, you who are my father, mountain lion 256, you are life-giving society chief, bringing your medicine, you will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. Watch over my spring. When you sit down quietly, we shall be one person. 257. And, furthermore, yonder in the west, you who are my father, bear, you are life-giving society chief, bringing your medicine, you will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. Watch over my spring. When you sit down quietly, we shall be one person. And, furthermore, yonder in the south, you who are my father, badger, you are life-giving society chief, bringing your medicine, you will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. Watch over my spring. When you sit down quietly, we shall be one person. And, furthermore, yonder in the east, you who are my father, wolf, you are life-giving society chief, bringing your medicine, you will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. Watch over my spring. When you sit down quietly, we shall be one person. And furthermore, yonder above, you who are my father, knife wing, you are life-giving society chief, bringing your medicine, you will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. Watch over my spring. When you sit down quietly, we shall be one person. And furthermore, yonder below, you who are my father, gopher, You are life-giving society chief. Bringing your medicine. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. Watch over my spring. When you sit down quietly. We shall be one person. And furthermore, yonder in the north. On all the mossy mountains. On the tops of the mountains. And along their slopes. Where the ravines open out. You hold the world in your keeping. Ancient yellow stone, 258. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. You will sit down quietly. Then with your living waters. Our young ones will nourish themselves. Reaching to Dawn Lake. Their roads will be fulfilled. And furthermore, yonder in the west. On all the mossy mountains. On the tops of the mountains. And along their slopes. Wherever the ravines open out. You hold the world in your keeping. Ancient blue stone. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. You will sit down quietly. Then with your living waters. Our young ones will nourish themselves. Reaching to Dawn Lake. Their roads will be fulfilled. And furthermore, yonder in the south. On all the mossy mountains. On the tops of the mountains. And along their slopes. Wherever the ravines open out. You hold the world in your keeping. Ancient red stone. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. You will sit down quietly. Then with your living waters. Our young ones will nourish themselves. Reaching to Dawn Lake. Their roads will be fulfilled. And furthermore, yonder in the east. On all the mossy mountains. On the tops of the mountains. And along their slopes. Wherever the ravines open out. You hold the world in your keeping. Ancient white stone. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. You will sit down quietly. Then with your living waters. Our young ones will nourish themselves. Reaching to Dawn Lake. Their roads will be fulfilled. And furthermore, yonder above. On all the mossy mountains. On the tops of the mountains. And along their slopes. Wherever the ravines open out. You hold the world in your keeping. Ancient many-colored stone. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. You will sit down quietly. Then with your living waters. Our young ones will nourish themselves. Reaching to Dawn Lake. Their roads will be fulfilled. And furthermore, yonder below. Oil all the mossy mountains. On the tops of the mountains. And along their slopes. Wherever ravines open out. You hold the world in your keeping. Ancient dark stone. You will make your road come hither. Where lies my white shell bowl? For times making your road come in. You will sit down quietly. Then with your living waters. Our young ones will nourish themselves. Reaching to Dawn Lake. Their roads will be fulfilled. Summoning a shaman. When anyone is sick and it is decided to call a shaman to cure him. The family decide whether or not they consider the case sufficiently serious to warrant summoning one of the societies to come as an organization to perform its curing ritual. This is done only when they believe death is threatened and it is felt that the full power of the society is needed to save the patient's life. In such cases the patient is given to the society, and the family undertakes to see that he is initiated within a reasonable time. This is a last resort, since the expense of initiation is very great. In less serious cases a shaman is summoned to practice as an individual. In such a case the shaman may ask assistance of some colleague who owns an especially potent song or medicine, but the society as a whole does not participate, nor is the patient initiated. However, at the following new year he goes to the house of the society with which his doctor is affiliated and his head is washed at their altar, and he becomes their child. Each year at the winter solstice his society father, the shaman, makes a prayer stick for him to plant. Before the physician is summoned the patient's relatives decide what they will offer him for his services. The gift is held ready. Then the patient's father or some other mature male relative prepares prayer meal, which he wraps in a corn husk. Into this he puts some bit of the gift for the physician, a thread from a robe, or a bit of the fringe if it is a shawl. This is for the beast gods, their clothing. With this he goes to the house of the shaman. The two men sit down, remove their headbands and moccasins, clasping hands over the package of meal. The patient's father repeats the following prayer, to which the shaman replies in like spirit. 259. This day, because of the ill will of the foolish ones. 260. Our child wears out his spirit. Among all our fathers. Life-giving priests. 261. Life-giving equins. Life-giving bow priests. We have looked about. When all unexpectedly, the divine ones chose you. We, in the daylight, also chose you. Now that we have let you know of it. Yonder in their house. 262. The divine ones have passed you on your road. With the roads of the divine ones going ahead. Into our house. You will make your road enter. Having sat down quietly. This day. With the flesh of the white corn. Prayer meal. With ground shell. We have taken firm hold of our fathers. Life-giving priests. With prayer meal held in the hollow of the left hand. 263. We held one another fast. With prayer meal. With riches. With shell. With these we hold one another fast. The ones who are our fathers. Life-giving priests. Will hold our child. Our child who has been bewitched. Because the heart of someone became angry. Our fathers. Life-giving priests. Beast priests. With your hands. With your breath. Hold him fast. The power of the two-hearted one. The one who has bewitched our child. The foolish one. His power. 264 They will cause to stand out. In the daylight of our son father. Then our child's breath will become well. His spirit will become well. Desiring this. With prayer meal. With shell. We have held one another fast. Taking his prayer meal. You will make your road go out. 265. Yonder, with prayers, you will direct your road. Somewhere on your earth mother. Your fathers. The divine ones. You will pass on their roads. Then once more taking my prayer meal. My riches. My shell. Those on which I have breathed my prayers. Even thus will be your words upon them. To those who once were alive. 266. To those who used to be with us. And furthermore, our fathers. The beast priests. The life-giving priests. To them you will give the prayer meal. The shell. The riches. Our fathers will take the prayer meal. The shell. The riches. When you have given it to them. And when they have accepted it. Anxiously they will await evening. When our run father has gone in to sit down at his sacred place. Somewhere the divine ones will pass you on your road. They will come to their child. The divine ones will come to their child. Our fathers. Life-giving priests. Life-giving equins. Life-giving bow priests. Perpetuating their right from the first beginning. Sitting down quietly among us. Will look over their child. Our child, whose spirit failed. Because of some evil thing. Beast priests. With your hands. With your breath. The power of the foolish one. You will make stand forth. Then our child's spirit will become well. His breath will become well. Then that you may be the ones whom his spirit will embrace. There at your house 267. With your clear water. You will bind your child fast. In order that it may be thus. We give you our child. The society father summons the novice for his initiation. If the patient has been given to the society, he is expected to complete his initiation as soon as economic obligations permit. Should he fail in this, he is troubled with bad dreams as a warning of the fate that will overtake him. Initiation is in no sense a propitiatory rite, it is, rather, an access to power. The preliminary ceremonies held at his sick bed secured him a stay, but in order finally to triumph over the disease, the patient must place himself under the protection of the beast gods and receive from them a new heart. Should he not do this, he will be troubled in spirit until he sickens and dies. Worry is the most serious of all illnesses, it is the sickness of the spirit caused by supernatural agencies. Frequently many years elapse before a man is in a position to meet the expenses of initiation. Whenever he is ready, his family notify the society father, who is the man who received him as a patient. At the first fall meeting of the society, the date for the initiation is set at the full moon of the month at which that society customarily initiates. For days before the full moon, the ceremonial father goes after sunset to the house of the novice to notify him that the initiation ceremonies are about to begin. Here the boy's family are assembled and waiting for him. After formal greetings are exchanged, the man sits down, removes his headband and moccasins and prays. 268. This many are the days since some evil thing made our child sick. His breath failed. Because of this, from among all our fathers, life-giving priests, life-giving equins, life-giving bow priests, all the society priests, society equins, society bow priests. Unexpectedly, the divine ones chose me. Their daylight children revealed themselves to you. And choosing me, you let me know. Taking prayer meal. Far off to the east. With prayers, I made my road go forth. Where our father's road comes in 269. I passed them on their road. Standing facing them. I offered them prayer meal. The divine one's road preceded. Their road preceding. Following them. Hither with prayers. We brought our roads. Into their daylight children's rain-filled rooms. 270. The divine ones brought their road. They sat down quietly. And we of the daylight met one another. Our prayer meal. Shells. 271. Riches. On which I had breathed our prayers. For times drawing them toward me. Here in the hollow of the life-giving left hand. Of my fathers. Life-giving priests. I laid the prayer meal. The shells. The riches. Then taking the prayer meal. 272. The shells. The riches. Yonder to the east. For the second time. With prayers. I made my road go forth. Where my father's life-giving road comes in. Standing facing them. I offered them prayer meal. Thus anxiously waiting. We have passed our days. 273. Then when all their days were past. 274. After our moon mother. At her sacred place. Still small, appeared. And now yonder in the east. Standing fully grown makes her days. 275. Now our spring children. Whoever truly desires in his heart to grow old. Taking prayer meal. Taking shell. Taking corn pollen. Yonder with prayers. One by one shall make their roads go forth. 276. Yonder where they have stood since the first beginning. Our fathers. The forest. The brush, 277. Those who have been given domain. Yonder on all the mossy mountains. There we passed them on their roads. At the feet of some lucky one. Offering prayer meal. Shells. Corn pollen. Even among their sharp fingers. We looked about. Breaking off the straight green shoots of some lucky one. We drew them toward us. Even those standing there quietly. Holding their long life. Their old age. Their waters. Their seeds. The divine ones made their roads come hither. Nearby into the house of our fathers. Our mothers. The clan of the sun, 278. Into their house the divine ones. Brought their road. And there sat down quietly. This many days. Anxiously waiting. With us, their children, they passed their days. And now that their appointed time had come. Next day. After our fathers. Our ancestors. Those who here had belonged to societies. The divine ones. After they first had taken hold of their plume wands. We of the daylight. Meeting one another. With our warm human hands. Embraced them. For our fathers. Our children. Those who here belong to societies. For their ceremony. We shall give our plume wands human form. With the massed cloud robe of our grandfather. Male turkey. With eagle's mist garment. With the striped cloud wings. And massed cloud tails. Of all the birds of summer. With these 4 times wrapping our plume wands. We shall give them human form. With the one who is our mother. Cotton woman. Even a roughly spun cotton thread. A soiled cotton thread. With this 4 times encircling them and tying it around. With hanging rain feather. We shall give our plume wands human form. Saying, let it be now. Taking our child's prayer meal. Wherever we think, let it be here. Our earth mother. We shall pass on her road. Offering our plume wands. We shall make their days. 279. When there remains a little space. Ere our son father goes in to sit down at his sacred place. Then our father 280. Will spread out his father's mist blanket. Their perfect cloud house he will prepare. Their rainbow bough he will lay down. Their lightning arrow he will lay down. And there will sit down quietly. Far off from all directions. Our fathers will make their roads come forth. Making their roads come hither. They will sit down quietly. Sitting behind them. This many days. Anxiously waiting. We shall pass our days. When we reach their appointed time 281. Yonder from all directions. The ones who are our fathers. Life-giving priests. Life-giving equins. Life-giving bow priests. All the beast priests. The divine ones. With no exceptions. All will make their roads come hither. Nearby, into the rain-filled rooms. Of their daylight fathers. Their daylight children. They will bring their roads. At the place where they sit down quietly. Our child will pass his fathers on their road. Into a being like themselves 282. They will transform him. Then sitting among his fathers. Even at their valuable place. Throughout a blessed night. With us, their children. They will come today. Next day, when yet a little space remains. Ere our son father. Comes out standing to his sacred place. Then with that through which our roads are fulfilled. With clear water. We shall add to the breath of our child. For since our breath is valuable. Our child. Into his body. Will inhale our breath. At the very place where he sees our spring. He will sit down as one of us. That his road may be fulfilled. Seeking that. With our thoughts bent to that, we shall always live. Anxiously awaiting the time ordained for this, we shall pass our days. For even while I call myself poor, yonder on all sides, asking for life from those whom my thoughts embrace, I shall add to your breath. From the priest of the north, from the priest of the west, from the priest of the south, from the priest of the east, from the priest of the above, from the priest of the below, asking their long life, their old age, all their good fortune whereof they are possessed, asking for their breath, and into my warm body, drawing their breath, I shall add to your breath. To this end, may you be blessed with life. Now we go. Point 283. The Society Father blesses the novice at the close of his initiation. On the following morning the members of the society make prayer sticks at their society house. They plant late in the afternoon and go into retreat in their ceremonial room. The novice has prayer sticks made by his ceremonial father, with whom he goes to plant at Badger Place. He observes a strict retreat in his own house. Each night he is brought to the society room to practice dancing and to be purified for his initiation. Each member of the society makes prayer sticks for the novice to plant the last day. His father prepares his the feathered ear of corn which will be his personal fetish, his medicine bag, and the eagle feathers that form part of his regalia. He makes or purchases the hand-woven blue breechcloth which forms his ceremonial costume. At the boys' house preparations for the feast are underway. On the fourth night he is summoned by his father. At the society house he is clothed and his face and body are painted with sacred paint. Then he is brought into the ceremonial room to meet his fathers, the beast gods. He dances all night with 2 women of the clan of his ceremonial father. At dawn the 2 women wash his head at the altar, while the choir calls his new name. At the conclusion of this the ceremonial father hands the boy the medicine bag, eagle feathers, for ears of corn which have been lying on the altar, the and the bundle of prayer sticks. They clasp bands over these sacred objects while the father repeats a long prayer, reviewing the events which have led up to this moment. At the conclusion all inhale the blessing of the newly consecrated The boy takes his sacred possession to his house and returns to the society room, where his relatives serve a sumptuous feast. About noon he goes with his ceremonial father and the head of the society to a shrine on Badger Place where he plants the bundle of prayer sticks. Then for 4 days he must abstain from animal food in addition to the usual requirements of sexual continence and gentleness. On the 4th morning his father takes him out toward the east and removes from his hair the downy feather which he has worn as a pledge of his abstinence. He takes the boy to his house, where his head is washed by his wife. On this day there are elaborate exchanges of gifts of food between the women of the boy's family and those of the father's. The following prayer, dictated by a member of the Great Fire Society, is said by the ceremonial father at the presentation of the at the moment when he receives the novice into full membership in the society. Now this many are the days since something made our child sick. When his spirit failed, and his breath failed, that by which we live, that of which is made the flesh of these, my children, the flesh of the white corn, prayer meal, you prepared, and taking shells, the flesh of our mother, white shell woman, who, though abiding far off, in the west, in all the village branches, 284, saying, let it be here, has washed the cuticle from her body, taking even a single borrowed shell, the rich clothing, you sent forth with prayers. 285. Among all your fathers, life-giving priests, life-giving equins, life-giving bow priests, society priests, society equins, society bow priests. You looked about. Now since nothing was clear to you, the divine ones chose me from all. Then my daylight children revealed themselves to you. And you also chose me from among them all. And let me know of it. When my fathers had come out one by one, from wherever they abide, taking my prayer meal, yonder toward the east, I made my road go forth. 286. Standing facing my fathers, I offered them prayer meal. The divine ones took my prayer meal. Then they leading, I following at their backs. With prayers we made our roads come hither. Here into the rain-filled rooms of their daylight children. The divine ones entered. 287. They sat down quietly. Here we of the daylight met one another. I sat down quietly, taking up our prayer meal, our shells, our rich clothing, upon which we had breathed our prayers. In the hollow of the life-giving left hand of my fathers, life-giving priests, I placed the prayer meal, the shells, the rich clothing. Then when my fathers took hold of their prayer meal, their shells, their rich clothing, we of the daylight, with the prayer meal, with the shells, with the rich clothing, we held one another fast, desiring our fathers' long life, desiring their old age, desiring their medicine, sending forth our prayers for these, with prayer meal, with shells, with rich clothing, we held one another fast, taking my child's prayer meal, his shells, his rich clothing, yonder toward the east. With prayers I made my road go forth. 288. Where the life-giving road of my fathers comes in, I passed them on their road, with my child's prayer meal, with his shells, with his rich clothing. For my child, I asked for life. Then I returned to my own house. As the sacred words of the divine ones circulated. 289. We in the daylight, letting one another know. Anxiously waiting we came to evening, following after those whom our thoughts embrace. 290. The ones who were to have their days. Male willow, female willow, breaking off straight young shoots, of whichever ones were lucky, and drawing them toward us. With our warm human hands, we held them fast. With the massed cloud robe of our grandfather, male turkey, with eagle's mist garment, with the striped cloud wings, and massed cloud tails, of all the birds of summer. For times with these wrapping the plume wands, we gave them human form. With our mother, cotton woman, even a roughly spun cotton thread. For times encircling them and tying it around. With a rain-bringing hair feather, we gave them human form. With the flesh of our two mothers, black paint woman, clay woman, clothing their plume wands with their flesh, we gave them human form. With the mucus of our fathers. 291. Life-giving priests, we gave them human form, saying, let it be now. And taking our plume wands, the divine ones leading, we following at their backs, hither with prayers, we brought our roads into the rain-filled rooms of our daylight children. 292. The divine ones entered. With their hands, they removed the source of sickness from our child, the one who had been suffering from some evil sickness. Then our child, with his spittle, finished their plume wands. Taking the plume wand, after having removed the sickness from our child, the one who had been suffering with some evil sickness, taking the plume wand, we made our road go forth, saying, let it be here. I met those who are our fathers, life-giving priests, life-giving equins, life-giving bow priests, and furthermore our ancestors, those who here belong to societies, Those who were society chiefs. Those who were society equins. Those who were society bow priests. Those who with thoughts embracing held in their keeping our world. And furthermore our ancestors. Those who had knowledge of how to care for us. And the beast priests. Where they were all fittingly gathered together. None being absent. There I passed them on their roads. I gave them the plume wands. My fathers took firm hold of my plume wands. Yonder at the place of their first beginning. At Sipapalama. While Iatiku Posianki 293. By means of my plume wand sent. Word about. Anxiously waiting. They came to evening. When our son father had gone in standing to his sacred place. And our night fathers. Our night mothers. Coming out rising to their sacred place. Passed us on our roads. Saying, let it be now. Our father. Our mother. The perfectly robed ones 294. Both of them we made arise. They leading. Nearby into the rain-filled rooms of our daylight fathers. Our roads entered. 295. Sitting down quietly. Again for the second time. Taking our child's prayer meal. And giving it to our fathers. Here in the hollow of their life-giving left hand. The prayer meal. The shell giving to them. We held one another fast. Saying, let it be now. Our father. Our mother. The perfectly robed. We made arise. With these leading. Far off to the east. With prayers we made our road forth. 296. Where our father's life-giving road comes in. We passed them on their roads. Standing face to face. Our child's prayer meal. His shells. We gave to our fathers. And adding my own words. In accordance with whatever had already been said to make the prayer meal a being potent in prayer. I asked for life for my child. There we met our fathers. Life-giving priests. And furthermore, our ancestors. Those who here belonged to societies. The ones who had attained the far-off place of waters. And furthermore our relatives. Those who used to know how to care for us. Where none were missing. But where all abide holding their long life. Holding their old age. We passed them on their roads. All the beast priests. Holding their weapons. 297. We met. With these all leading. We following at their backs. Hither with prayers we came. 298. Into their daylight children's water-filled rooms. Their seed-filled rooms. The divine ones entered. After they had sat down quietly. We, the daylight people. Met one another. Sitting down quietly. Our fathers, life-giving priests. Built 299 with their hand their massed cloud house. Spread out their mist blanket. Sent forth their life-giving road. Prepared their perfect spring. Sitting down quietly. These, the divine ones. Looked over their child. Then also these same ones. Let their hands go first. Their breath go first. While our hands followed. For among all the corn priests' ladder descending children. Among all the little boys and little girls. And those whose roads go ahead. 300. Was one, who even though a valuable person. Because he became angry over something. Used his power to harm our child. The power of this foolish one. Our fathers, the divine ones. The beast priests. Brought forth standing. Into the daylight of our son father. 301. Then with his fathers water of life. With their flesh. 302. Our child nourished himself. When the day had advanced a little. When the night had advanced a little. Our child's sickness grew less. His breath became better. That his road may be fulfilled. reaching to where the road of his son father comes out, that he may stand firmly upon his earth mother. Hoping for this we shall live. When he said, let it be now, 303. And after our moon mother, yonder in the west still small, had first appeared, and when a little space yet remained, until, standing against the eastern sky, she should come to maturity. At that time our spring children, 304. Whoever of them had thought to grow old, taking prayer meal, taking shells, taking corn pollen, made their roads go forth, wherever they met their fathers of the bush, at the feet of the lucky one. Prayer meal, shell, corn pollen, they offered, breaking off the straight young shoots, which they drew toward them. With their warm human hands, they held them fast. With the massed cloud robe of our grandfather, male turkey, eagle's mist garment, and the striped cloud wings, and massed cloud tails, of all the birds of summer. With these 4 times wrapping their plume wands, they gave their plume wands human form. With the one who is our mother, cotton woman, even a roughly spun cotton thread, 4 times encircling the plume wand, and tying it around, and with a rain-bringing hair feather, they gave their plume wands human form. With the flesh of our 2 mothers, black paint woman, clay woman, clothing their plume wands with flesh, they gave their plume wands human form, saying, let it be now. And taking our plume wands, and taking our child's prayer meal, 305. Yonder with prayer, one by one we made our roads go forth, meeting our earth mother, and meeting our ancestors, our children, those who here belong to societies, and furthermore our fathers, the beast bow priests. We offered them plume wands, when there remained yet a little space, ere our son father went in to sit down at his sacred place. From far off on all sides, our fathers, life-giving priests, the divine ones, with not one missing, making their roads come forth. They made their roads come hither, into the rain-filled rooms of their daylight mothers. They made their roads enter. 306. Perpetuating their right, according to the first beginning. They fashioned their cloud house. They spread out their mist blanket. They sent forth their life-giving road. They fashioned their spring. They spanned their rainbow bow. They set their lightning arrow. They sat down quietly. And at their feet we sat down. This many days. Anxiously we have waited. 307. Now, indeed, when the last of all their days was past, our child having made his road come in, 308. Even where the precious road of his fathers enters, into a being like themselves. Our fathers transformed 309 their child. Then a blessed night they spent, with us who are their children. Next day, while yet a little space remained, ere our son father should come out standing to his sacred place, with our clear water, with that by which we have being, with this we took hold of our child. 310. After the divine ones first added their breath, then also praying in the same words, we added to the breath of our child taking his father's breath, into his body will draw their breath. And since our breath is valuable, where he sees our spring, even there he will sit down among us. Then seeking always the ways of prolonging life, with thoughts bent on this, we shall live. Then also, that on following this we may bend our thoughts. For this in plain words I sent forth my prayers. He give us this child, that for a long time, in bonds of affection, we may live together. These clear words were spoken, 3:11. And to your fathers, wherever they stay, you sent your clear words forth. Indeed, even while I call myself poor, far off on all sides, I have as my fathers life-giving priests, asking for their life-giving breath. Their breath of old age. Their breath of waters. Their breath of seeds. Their breath of riches. Their breath of fecundity. Their breath of strong spirit. Their breath of power. Their breath of all good fortune whereof they are possessed. Asking for their breath. Into our warm bodies taking their breath. We shall add to your breath. Then also far off on all sides, I have fathers. Priest of the north, 3:12. Priest of the west. Priest of the south. Priest of the east. Priest of above. Priest of below. Our sun father. Our moon mother. The sky. The Milky Way. The Great Bear. The Pleiades. The seed stars, 3:13. And all the little sparkling stars. Priests. Asking for their life-giving breath. Their breath of old age. Their breath of waters. Their breath of seeds. Their breath of fecundity. Their breath of riches. Their breath of strong spirit. Their breath of power. Their breath of all good fortune whereof they are possessed. Asking for their breath. Into our warm bodies taking their breath. We shall add to your breath. Do not despise the breath of your fathers, but draw it into your body, that our roads may reach to where the life-giving road of our Sun Father comes out. That, clasping one another tight, holding one another fast, we may finish our roads together. That this may be, I add to your breath now. To this end, may my Father bless you with life. May your road reach to Dawn Lake. May your road be fulfilled. Prayer of a society chief during his winter retreat. At the winter solstice all the societies observe retreats. After the images of the war god have gone into the kiva on the night before the first great prayer stick planting, they hold late meetings at which special prayers are said for rain. There are special and very secret songs that are sung on this night only. They do not go into retreat formally until the next night. 3 nights are spent mainly in preparation for the great ceremony of the last night at which the sick are cured. On this night the beast gods are present in all the society houses, and take possession of those who have the secret knowledge of how to invoke them. The following prayers purport to be those spoken by the heads of the Kuma, Kui and Ant societies, respectively, at some time during this 4-day retreat. The man who dictated it was not a member of either society and did not state the precise use of the prayers. Nor were my other informants familiar with them. Such prayers might be used on any one of a great number of occasions. My life-giving fathers. At the place called since the first beginning Tsipia. You dwell. Where the deer stands. At dry place you dwell. My fathers. Life-giving priests, there you dwell. This day. Here at Itiwana. Our daylight fathers. Our mothers. Our children. In their inner rooms. For their fathers. Life-giving priests. Perpetuating the right handed down since the first beginning. Have spread out your cloud blanket. Your life-giving road they have made. Your spring they have made. Perpetuating the right handed down since the first beginning. You have sat down quietly before it. At your back. At your feet. We shall sit down beside you. Desiring your waters. Your seeds. Your riches. Your long life. Your old age. Desiring these, I set you down. Quietly. As you sit here quietly. As I wish, according to my words. You will take us to be your children. So that all my children may be saved. All will be happy. Safely they will bring forth their young. So that all my children may finish their roads. So that they may grow old. So that you may bless us with life. So that none of my spring children may be left standing outside. So that you may protect us, I have done this. May our roads be fulfilled. May we grow old. May our roads reach to Dawn Lake. May we grow old. May you bless us with life. Prayer of the Chief of the Ant Society. At the place of the first beginning. Siapapalima. Life-giving priests, abide. My fathers. Beast priests. Mountain lion. Bear. Badger. Wolf. My father above. Knife wing. Shrew. My fathers. Over all this great world you go about. Rattlesnake yellow. Blue. Red. White. Many-colored. Black. Here at the place of your first beginning. Siapapalima. In your inner room, you live. Your massed cloud blanket is spread out. Your life-giving road goes forth. None of you are missing. But all stay quietly. Perpetuating your right according the first beginning. You live. My fathers. Life-giving priest. With none missing, you live. Yonder my sacred word will reach. To you I speak my sacred words. My fathers. Life-giving priest. Perpetuating your right according to the first beginning. You live. Here at Itiwana, we live. Here in the daylight we live. My fathers. Life-giving priest. Where none are missing. You live. Listen to my sacred words. There you live. To you I speak. Mindful of my words. My country. Itiwana. Cover with your clouds. Cover with your rains. All of your children preserve. Reaching to Dawn Lake. May our roads be fulfilled. May we grow old. May our people's roads all be fulfilled. May they be preserved. Prayers for collecting medicine, Cactus Society. The expedition for gathering medicine roots camps the first night about 16 miles east of Zuni. Before eating, the customary offerings of food are set aside. After singing 4 songs, the head of the expedition prays. Now this night. Our night fathers. Our mothers. Rising a little, have come standing to their sacred place. The song sequence of our fathers. You have heard. You who are our fathers. Beast bow priests. Your hand leading. Our hands following. Desiring your medicine. Hither we take our roads. Do not think to withhold it from us because of something. For verily. Desiring my father's flesh. That by which my children may fulfill their thoughts. Tomorrow, throughout a good day. A beautiful day. With us your children. You will come to evening. And when that day shall have passed. Anxiously waiting. We shall pass our days. He takes the offering, burns it at a little distance from camp, and sitting down, waits for some omen. Now this night. Our night fathers. Our mothers. Rising a little have come standing to their sacred place. Bringing food. Hither with prayers. We made our road come forth. Wherever, thinking, let it be here. Our Earth Mother. We passed on her road. Sitting down on the bare ground. We came to you. Our ancestors. The ones who here used to belong to societies. The ones who used to understand medicine. You who now have attained the far-off place of waters. Having passed you on your roads. We shall add to your hearts. Adding to your hearts. Your long life. Your old age. Your waters. Your seeds. Your medicine. You will grant to us. How the days will be. you will make known to us. Knowing that, we shall live. After praying, he waits for an omen. Next day they look for the plants. A young man going for the first time gives his ceremonial father a package of prayer meal, saying, "Now this day, our son father, having come out standing to his sacred place, and having yet a little ways to go in to sit down at his other sacred place, bringing prayer meal which I have prepared, here nearby, at the very edge of the wilderness. I have passed you on your road, desiring our father's medicine. We hold one another fast, desiring the medicine of our ancestors. The ones who here belong to societies. The ones who used to understand medicine. The beast priests. Desiring their medicines. With prayer meal. With shells. With rich clothing. We hold one another fast. My Father. You will cleanse your thoughts. You will cleanse your heart. So that somehow we may be the children of the divine ones. Perhaps, if we are fortunate. Because of our thoughts. Our spring children may multiply. 314. Among all the little boys. And all the little girls. And those whose roads go ahead. Our spring children have multiplied. In order that this toward which our thoughts bend may be accomplished. Desiring our Father's medicine. We have made our roads come hither. My Father. For you I have finished all these words. Even while I call myself poor. Yonder on all sides. From those whom my thoughts embrace. I shall ask for light. I shall add to your breath. Asking for the breath of the priest of the north. The priest of the west. The priest of the south. The priest of the east. The priest of above. The priest of below. Asking for their life-giving breath. Their breath of old age. Their breath of waters. Their breath of seeds. Their breath of fecundity. Their breath of riches. Their breath of strong spirit. Their breath of power. Their breath of all good fortune whereof they are possessed. Asking for this. Into my warm body. I shall draw their breath. In order that our roads may reach. To where the road of our Son Father comes out. In order that we may finish our roads. For this I add to your breath. To this end, my Father. May you be blessed with light. To this the Father replies. Now indeed. Our Father's medicines. To one another we give. Our Father's life-giving breath. Their breath of old age. We give to one another. When, among all the corn priest's ladder descending children. Some evil causes sickness. When the spirit fails. Then, desiring their Father's long life. Desiring their old age. Desiring their medicine. Among all their fathers. Society priests. Society P. Equins. Society bow priests. They will look about. Even though you do not know of it. If the divine ones choose you. When they summon you. You shall not think to refuse. With prayer meal. With shell. With rich clothing. They will bind you fast. Then seeking these wherever they are. Even though the night be dangerous. Following your fathers. Even to all the places where you did not think to enter. Seeking these. Living for their thoughts. Thus shall you live. 315. Prayer for stalking deer. When a hunter sees deer tracks he crouches down in the trail and offers prayer meal to the deer, with the request that he may reveal himself. The following text is taken from a folkwe in which success in hunting is the test imposed on suitors. Several suitors fail because they neglect to offer prayer meal to the prey. This day. He who holds our roads. Our Son Father. Has come out standing to his sacred place. Now that he has passed us on our roads. Here we pass you on your road. Divine One. The flesh of the white corn. Prayer meal. Shell. Corn pollen. Here I offer to you. With your wisdom. Taking the prayer meal. The shell. The corn pollen. This day. My fathers. My mothers. In some little hollow. In some low brush. You will reveal yourselves to me. Then with your flesh. With your living waters. May I sate myself. In order that this may be. Here I offer your prayer meal. The end.